Okay, and Kathleen, are you able to bring yourself up and be ready? Oh, there you are. Good morning. Kathleen, have you already done the audio check with the mask on? Does it sound like pretty clear?
I have not. Can you hear me?
I can. There's a little bit of, kind of space in the sense of like you're in a big room, but I can hear you.
Okay, great.
Well, we're about a minute away from opening the doors.
Okay, Vicki has started the meeting, and we will be, the attendees have joined, and the webinar will begin soon.
Hi, it's Melanie. Can you hear me?
Very well.
I can't hear you guys.
Hi, Melanie.
Kathleen, maybe you should feel free to start whenever you want. We have about 70 attendees so far, 20 panelists.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to this meeting of the Fuel Tank Advisory Committee. My name is Kathleen Ho. I am the chair of this committee and the Deputy Director of Environmental Health. The Ftac was created by the state legislature to study issues related to leaks of underground fuel storage tanks operated by the United States Department of Defense here in Hawaii, including effects of fuel tanks on the health of residents, safe drinking water, and the environment. These issues could not be more timely and relevant than they are today. A great deal has happened since this committee last met in October, specifically those events that occurred in November. The contamination of the Navy drinking water system was a humanitarian and environmental catastrophe. Thousands of lives were upended. In response, the people from across Hawaii and the country came together to stand up for clean and safe water for all. I appreciate your continued advocacy, persistence, and resilience. The Department of Health is committed to working to protect public health and our environment. Our discussion today will focus on what we've learned since our last meeting in October and our efforts moving forward. At this time, Katie Arita Chang will read the FTAC duties and introduce the committee members. Go, Katie.
Good morning, everyone. I'll read the HRS that founded the FTAC. HRS 342L62. The advisory committee shall study issues related to leaks of fuel-constructed underground fuel storage tanks at the Red Hill Bulk Fuel Storage Facility Kahuahua Peninsula, Pacific Missile Range Facility Barking Sands, Hickam Hole Annex, and Schofield Barracks Military Reservation. The advisory committee shall consider the short and long-term effects of leaks of the fuel tanks, including effects related to the health of residents, safe drinking water, and the environment, response strategies to mitigate the effects of leaks from fuel tanks, methods to improve communication between the United States Navy, Air Force, and Army, the state, any local board of water supply, and the public in the event of leak of any fuel tank, groundwater test results in relation to the surrounding areas of fuel tank facilities, with a particular emphasis on the groundwater near the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility, the implications of shutting down any fuel tank facility, and updates on progress toward meeting goals of agreement between the state, the affected country, and the federal government. And now I'd like to introduce the Ftac members that we have with us this morning. Thank you for being here. We have Carlos Santana, Community Liaison, Office of United States Senator Mazie K. Hirono. Serena Lee, with the Office of U.S. Representative Kai Kahele. Admiral Tim Cott from Navy Region Hawaii. Captain Gordy Meyer, Navy Region Hawaii. Senator Mike Gabbard from the Hawaii State Senate. Representative Nicole Lowen, representing the Hawaii State House of Representatives. Gabriela Carvalho, Red Hill Project Coordinator, EPA Region 9. Ernie Lau, Manager and Chief Engineer, Honolulu Board of Water Supply. Kaleo Manuel, Deputy Director, Commission on Water Resource Management. Ryan Imata from the Commission on Water Resource Management. Dr. Melanie Lau, Moanalua Valley Community Association Designee, and Ashley Nishihara, Public Member. Thank you for being here. At this time, I'd like to introduce our meeting facilitator, Keith Matson, who will walk us through the meeting agenda and format and describe the rules of engagement so we can have a productive discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. I'm going to be the facilitator today. And basically, I just want to emphasize my role is really to be a neutral, independent operator of the meeting. The goal is to have a productive and efficient meeting. So most of my role will be trying to keep it on time and on focus. I will be moderating the Q&A sessions, and we'll get into a little bit about that later. And I may ask the speakers or questioners to express more clarity in some of their responses or questions. So what I'd like to do is go quickly to the first slide, the next slide, excuse me, which is the agenda in brief. You've seen the detailed one that was posted online, but this is the flow. I'm sorry, could we go back to that? Okay, so we're now in this first slot of the opening remarks. We'll soon move into the presentations, which will take approximately an hour and 15 minutes. That will include DOH and EPA and the Navy. Then we will move into the Ftac member question and answer session, the committee members. That'll be about 45 minutes. After that, I think it's appropriate we take a very short break because we will have gone on this meeting at more than 2 hours at that point. When we return, approximately 11:20, we will start our public question and answer period and comments. We hope to wrap up by noon. We do have a lot of people who have requested time to speak, and we want to try to honor that as much as possible. But we will want everybody to be very brief and direct so that we can try to get as many thoughts from as many of those who wish to speak as possible. Next slide, please. So these are the general protocols, ground rules. I know most of you have been in meetings, large public meetings like this, so you won't find these, I think, unique. But I just want to emphasize that really today's focus is on improved understanding because as Katie had pointed out with the statute, the purpose of the Ftac is to study the issues. And we can treat this as a large study session collectively to ask the questions, look at the information, and try to study the issues. So throughout all the proceedings today, I really do request that everybody please remain civil at all times. I think we all know it's possible to ask very challenging questions, but in a civil way all the time. I just want to give everybody a heads up that some of the speakers may have information constraints about certain topics that they can and cannot talk to. And this is just, merely because they have possibly ongoing investigations that have not been released yet, possibly pending legal issues, other things that are really outside their control. So I ask everybody if they could just understand that that may be a circumstance. The speakers themselves can indicate what they are able or not able to speak to when that time comes. Next slide, please. So I just want to give everybody a sort of another heads up that when we get to the Ftac member question and answer, the whole intent with this format we're using is to try to balance the time equitably amongst those Ftac members that wish to ask questions. So we figured that we'll give everybody a first round of 4 minutes or up to 4 minutes each for those who want to ask questions. After we've cycled through those who are asking questions, we'll ask for a show of hands of any who still want to ask a second round of questions. We'll take the remaining time in the 45 minutes and divide it by that number to give everybody a second slot. So that's basically the way we'll proceed with that. Next slide, please. When we get to the public questions and comments, I want to let you know that there's basically 3 or 4 ways you can do this. One is to, and when we get to that point, raise your digital hand in Zoom, and you will be in a queue at that point, and we will call upon people in the order they show up in the queue. And at that point, you will be prompted to unmute yourself. You can also type a question into the chat space if you wish. And if you are attending in the state capitol with Tu Perry, you can also request time to speak then. And as always, you can email testimony and comments to Perry at the Department of Health. Her address is down there, tu.perry@doh.hawaii.gov. So I want to turn it over quickly to Vicki Aki, who is helping us with the technical support today, and she'll run through a couple of more issues for you to be able to participate in this meeting.
Good morning. Sorry for a little bit of technical difficulties. A few minutes late on getting the slides up. So for the technical overview for all the attendees, please use the chat for technical assistance questions. The chat will be only visible to the panelists, the speakers, and the Ftac members during the webinar. All registered attendees are muted during the presentation and the Ftac Q&A. If you want to speak during the public comment period, raise your digital hand. As Keith mentioned, you will be prompted to unmute when it's your turn to speak. There will be a 2-minute time limit for each comment. You may also use the chat during the public comment period to ask a question, and Keith will focus on addressing chatted questions not yet asked. Comments, as Keith mentioned, for public record can also be mailed to tu.perry@doh.hawaii.gov. Registered attendees will not be able to record to their own computer, but a video recording of the meeting, the chat screen, and the slides will be available to the public through the Department of Health website. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vicki. So I have marvelous news. We're actually 3 minutes ahead of schedule, which is great because we have a very busy day. So without any further ado, I want to turn it over to the Department of Health, who will start their presentation.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dennis Lopez. I am with the Safe Drinking Water Branch. I'm the branch chief. My presentation is the background and response to the November 2021 field release. Next slide, please. The Department of Health Safe Drinking Water Branch regulates the Navy's water system. Pursuant to Chapter 340E HRS, the Navy is responsible for maintaining a safe and reliable source of drinking water to its customers and providing alternative sources of drinking water for human consumptive use. Under HRS 1E-4 imminent hazards, the director, upon learning that a contaminant is present in or is likely to enter a public water system or an underground source of drinking water and may present an imminent and substantial danger to the public, may take such actions necessary to protect the health of the public. Next slide, please. Since the 2014 Petroleum release, which prompted the administrative order of consent, there have been 4 reported releases between 2020 and 2021. The latest release, and the release believed to be associated with the Navy drinking water system contamination, occurred on November 20th, 2021. A release of 14,000 gallons of JP5, jet fuel, and water originated from a cracked valve in a fire suppression drain line. This discharge collected and subbed a quarter-mile downhill in near proximity to Red Hill Shaft. Navy and Department of Health received complaints of sheens, fuel-like odors, and taste in their drinking water starting November 28, 2021. Next slide. This slide shows a heat map of the contamination complaints from every part of the Navy and Army water system, predominantly from residential homes. Complaints were significantly higher on the eastern side of the Navy-Army water system closest to the Red Hill Shaft. The Navy's consultant confirmed this observation with a hydraulic model of a contaminant slug originating from the shaft. Slide 6, next slide. In the early period of the response, the Department of Health independently collected water samples at complainant residences throughout the Navy-Army water system. Total organic carbon, known as TOC, was consistent with baseline historical values for the Navy system. Total petroleum hydrocarbon, known as TPH, were mostly non-detect. Per- and polyfluoroalkyl, or PFAS, was not detected in samples collected from Red Hill housing. Additionally, the Department of Health was gathering information on complainant observations of taste and smell. The threshold for petroleum in water can be detected by smell or taste at approximately 500 parts per billion. Other volatile organic carbons may be detected by smell or taste between 10 and 170 parts per billion. Next slide. On November 29, 2021, due to a preponderance of complaints, the Hawaii Department of Health issued an advisory to customers to not drink the water at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam and Aliamanu Military Reservation. On that same day, the Navy secured the Red Hill Shaft from operation and all pumping ceased. The Department of Health Hazardous Evaluation and Emergency Response Office collected source water samples from Red Hill Shaft on December 5, 2021. These samples confirm the presence of TPH gas at 20,000 parts per billion and 140,000 parts per billion TPH diesel, which were 66 and 350 times the environmental action level, or EALs, respectively. Red Hill upper tank also detected TPH oil at 49 parts per billion, but was below EALs. Next slide. It became apparent that there was a need for the Department of Defense and the regulatory agencies to work in unison to quickly recover the effective Navy and Army water systems. The Interagency Drinking Water System Team, or IDWST, was established on December 17, 2021. The IDWST was a working group comprised of the Hawaii Department of Health, the US Navy, the US Army, and the US EPA. The express agreed goals of the working group were to protect public health, safety, and environment, ensure access to safe drinking water, conduct sampling and testing of drinking water consistent to a jointly agreed upon sampling and analysis plan, monitor and address community concerns that impacted residences, implement flushing activities after a jointly agreed upon flushing plan. Next slide. The recovery of the drinking water system was conducted in 4 stages. Stage 1 consisted of flushing the distribution system based on a volumetric turnover goal. The volume was calculated by the total piping network volume in each zone, flushed up to 5 times. Stage 2 consisted of testing select hydrants in a zone to determine if the water quality in the distribution system does not exceed the incident water quality criteria. This criteria incorporated the maximum contaminant levels, MCLs, environmental action levels, EALs, and an incident-specific parameters, or ISPs, which was agreed to by the IDWST. Stage 3 consisted of flushing homes and buildings and irrigation systems based on premise plumbing, flushing plans prepared by the Navy and approved by the IDWST. And stage 4 consisted of testing the flush homes and buildings to determine if the premise plumbing in those structures meet the incident water quality criteria. Acceptance of the results was vetted and approved by the IDWST. Next slide. Upon completion of the recovery action, a remedial action report was prepared. This report presented the actions and results from stages 1 to 4, in addition to providing evidence to meet the 5 lines of investigations, or LOI, established by the Department of Health. Once the RAR report for a zone was approved, the zone was subsequently amended. The lines of investigation include 1A, all reported sources of contamination are isolated and contained. 1B, regulated public water systems, water quality data is compliant. 1C, no additional contamination is occurring throughout the distribution system. 2A, water within the water distribution system meets the state and federal drinking water MCLs, state EALs, and ISPs. 2B, water in premise plumbing of homes and buildings meets state and federal drinking water MCLs, state EALs, and ISPs. Next slide. For LI, or lines of investigation 1A, the supervisory control and data acquisition, or known as SCADA, provided evidence showing that the pump was turned off, resulting in a corresponding increase in the water level within the Red Hill shaft. Additionally, a section of pipe from the pump to the distribution system was removed, creating an air gap, assuring a physical separation of the source water from the water distribution system. Next slide. LOI 1B, sorry, it should be an I, assured that the remaining source water from the Navy water system met the incident water quality parameters. Both the source water and the entry point to distribution system, or EPD, were tested for the Navy's Waiawa shaft. Because Red Hill was deactivated and Halava shaft turned off due to high chloride levels, Waiawa shaft is now and is currently the sole water source for the Navy and Army system. Next slide. Lines of evidence, or investigation 1C, assured the petroleum contamination of the drinking water system did not come from a cross-connection event. The Navy conducted an audit of all backflow preventers associated with facilities supporting fuel-related activities. In addition to assuring that a backflow device is present, the Navy provided the date of the last certification test for the device to make sure that the device is current and compliant. Next slide. Lines of evidence, or lines of investigation 2A, is a reporting of the proper and completed actions of stages 1 and 2 of the recovery effort. Stage 1 established the design basis, development, and execution of the flushing plan. This comprised of a hydraulic slug model. The Navy utilized a time of concentration model showing the movement of a contaminant slug originating from Red Hill shaft. The basis for zone definition. The slug model provided insights as to which zone required up to 5 volumetric turnovers and which required less. The longer the contamination was modeled to be present in a zone, the more flushing was planned. To manage flushing control and to mitigate contaminant migration, the Navy and Army water system was divided into 19 hydraulic zones. Record of completion. The Navy provided field data for the estimated volume of flush water discharged from each zone. This certified that each zone met the design volumetric flushing goals. Approximately 29 million gallons was used to flush the Navy and Army system. Then targeted hydrant sampling. In collaboration with the Hawaii Department of Health, EPA, Navy, and Army, several hydrant locations with the potential for low hydraulic influence in the zone, such as a dead end, was selected for testing. This was used to verify the quality of the flushing response. Next slide, please. LOI or LOE 2B is a reporting of stages 3 and 4 of the recovery effort. During this stage, separate flushing plans were developed for the single-family homes and non-residential buildings. During flushing, the distribution pressure was monitored to make sure that a minimum of 30 psi was maintained in order to eliminate the possibility of back siphoning. The potential for back siphoning can occur from pressure drops created by large simultaneous flushing activities. Samples were collected from within the building at a suitable fixture location, furthest away from the service entry into the building. This location would be representative of the water quality of the whole building. Next slide. So as of March 18, 2022, all water zones have been amended to utilize the water with no restrictions. Next slide. The recovery of the water system is currently in stage 4, known as long-term monitoring. So this response is not over. Long-term monitoring is a surveillance tool. This tool will be used to assure that petroleum contamination was removed from the water system and to monitor contaminants, which could be potentially absorbed by various piping material types. And that those contaminants was not desorbing back into the distribution system or premise plumbing. Stage 5 consists of a 24-month time stratified sampling approach with early emphasis in the first 3 months. During that time, an additional 5% of the homes and buildings per month will be sampled. Following that early search testing, sampling will slow down to 10% sampling every 6 months for the next 3 cycles. Finally, LTM ends with 10% sampling completed over the last 3 months. Next slide, please. As previously indicated, the advisory for all 19 zones, including Manana housing, have been amended to permit water use for all purposes. With the amendment of all the zones, the IDWST phases out and will return the Navy and the Army to a regulated public water system and the Department of Health as the primacy regulatory authority. This agreement will be in effect pending the finalization and execution of the drinking water long-term monitoring plan. This plan will serve as a commitment from all parties to the 24-month monitoring period. And with that, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Very good. So we'll flow right into the next presentation. Thank you very much for being on time with wrapping up. Next speaker from Department of Health.
Good morning, Lene Ichinotsubo, Department of Health, Solid and Hazardous Waste Branch. I'll give you a little bit of background and the timeline of our emergency order procedures and issuances. Next slide. Soon after the November incident, on December 6th, the Department of Health issued our first emergency order. The key elements associated with that was the immediate suspension of operations, requiring the Navy to take immediate steps to install a water treatment system at Red Hill Shaft, submit work plans and schedules, and to assess the facility for safety fueling, and then subsequently conduct the necessary repairs, defuel, and then submit a work plan and schedule to assess the operations and system integrity. We offered the Navy a hearing subsequent to the issuance of the order, and the order was upheld on January 3rd, 2022. Subsequent to that, the Navy filed appeals on the emergency order in both the federal and state courts. Next slide, please. However, on March 7th, 2022, the Secretary of Defense directed the Secretary of the Navy to take all steps necessary to defuel and permanently close the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility. In mid-April, the Navy then withdrew its UST permit or underground storage tank permit application for the facility on the basis that it intends to defuel and close the 20 underground storage tanks at Red Hill, the pipelines associated with those tanks, and the 4 surge tanks. Late April, the Navy then withdrew its appeals on the emergency order, and the challenges were dismissed in both state and federal courts. Next slide. Recently, on May 6th, the department has issued its second emergency order to incorporate closure requirements and to also set expectations for safety fueling and closure of the facility. The key elements took some of the main ideas from the first order and expanded it to include closure as well. For example, maintain the suspension of operations, maintain the groundwater treatment system. By today, we expect to receive the assessment reports on the facility integrity of the facility system. And then by the end of the June, a defueling plan. By November 1st, the remaining portion of the closure plan, which involves the cleaning of the tanks, the final disposition of the tanks, and the site assessment associated with closure. Upon our review and approval of those plans, it shall be implemented. And then once defueling begins, to provide weekly status and reports to the department. And then finally to submit versions of documents and materials that can be publicly released. Next slide. The emergency order in general very much supplements our existing UST regulatory authorities. So under the Hawaii Administrative Rules, Title 11, Chapter 280.1, to permanently close USTs or tank systems, the owners and operators must empty the tanks, which we refer to as defueling in our emergency order, then clean the tanks, and then determine final disposition of the tanks, which could be removal of the tanks, fill the tanks with the inert fill material, or close the tank in place in a manner approved by the department. And then conduct the site assessment, an environmental site assessment, and conduct remedial actions as necessary in accordance with the rules. It's a little bit quicker than I expected, but that concludes my portion of the presentation. Thank you. Next slide.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Matt Carano with the Department of Health Clean Water Branch, and I'll just be giving a quick overview of the existing or current discharges into Kahuahua Stream. Slide, please. Slide, please, sorry. So as some of you may know, as part of the remediation efforts that we'll be explaining later, that my colleague will be explaining later, one of the initial activities was to ensure that any type of contamination entering the drinking water aquifer was not allowed to escape and further contaminate the aquifer and potentially threatening the drinking water resource more than that could be controlled. As part of that activity, the Navy under the Department of Health, as well as IWST's team, initiated a pumping and treatment system to create a capture zone in the Red Hill Shaft aquifer. The pictures you see before you is the filtration system that's in place and the accompanying discharge into Kahuahua Stream. The discharges are monitored on an NPDES permit. The discharges themselves are monitored for chemical presence, as well as the stream monitored for biological impacts. To date, there has not been any exceedances. The treatment systems are operating as designed, and we have a lot of confidence in the effluent that's being discharged into Halawa Stream. The total volume is approximately 5 million gallons a day, which is what is generally pictured there into the stream bed. It's not a native stream bed, it's a hardened stream channel. And that's a pretty accurate view of what it should look like today. So that is my update for the current impacts of the continuing discharges. Thank you.
Good morning, committee members. This is Phoenix Grange. I work for the Department of Health in the Hazard Evaluation and Emergency Response Office, and am the groundwater lead for the Department of Health. I'm going to be talking to you today about the work we have done in this past year and our ongoing efforts to interpret the data. So that's what we'll be talking about today. Next slide, please. So the goal of the Department of Health and of our colleagues is at the Navy, in the public, everywhere, is to make sure that we're protecting the groundwater for future use, for drinking water, for the environment, for our streams and rivers, etc. We have been collecting lots of data. Next slide, please. Many of you are familiar with, there has been ongoing monitoring at Red Hill for many years. Before the releases that happened this year, there was quarterly monitoring of groundwater in the well systems. With the May 6th release, the Department of Health directed weekly sampling of the wells in the immediate area of the tank farm, as well as soil vapor monitoring happening weekly. And then after the November release, we issued another notice of interest and increased sampling there to far more wells, and also increased the sampling, the soil vapor monitoring sampling. So our data are that we received from the Navy. It's posted on our DOH website, both the data themselves and also the technical documents, et cetera, can be found there, as well as on the EPA website. Next slide. So while there are a number of contaminants in fuel, contaminants I'm going to focus on today are total petroleum hydrocarbons. A lot of people wonder what this is. So essentially, it's a name for the group of hundreds of chemicals that are part of crude oil and show up in the refined products, including the jet fuel and other fuels found at the Red Hill facility. From a practical standpoint, we don't analyze them all, but they are very useful to measure total amounts of TPH in samples. And these TPH mixtures present different toxicities than you would see from individual chemicals. And so that's another reason that we pay close attention to these data. So today, what we're going to be looking at is the data set going back to 2020, before the 2021 releases, and then in time periods there going forward. And we're going to focus on two different specific compounds. So TPH diesel is the primary component of jet fuel, particularly of the JP5 that has been released from the facility. And so when we see these in the aquifer, that is likely direct evidence of a recent release. We also find TPHO. These are the heavier compounds. So these are all carbon chains. And so as diesel breaks down in the environment or other fuels, the lighter carbons go away and you end up with these heavier TPHO. So in this context, where we're seeing TPHO, as you'll see as we move forward with this discussion, that represents one of two things: either degraded product that was already in the aquifer from previous releases that has gotten mobilized, or it's also possible that in the cleaning procedures after one or both of these releases, that the cleaning agents themselves can cause that breakdown. So we're still really looking into that. Okay, let's see. So what I'm going to talk to you about now is really to explain what we know so far about the quantity and movement and concentrations of these fuels. What's important to note is that we did not have these data. We didn't get these data real time. In some cases, it was months before we received data from the Navy. We have been working with them to improve that, but that remains an issue. All right, and so this is a sort of a short presentation, but it does represent months of data collection and analysis. And it's just one aspect of the work we do between DOH and EPA to really understand what is happening out there so that we can take appropriate steps moving forward. Next slide. So in our regulatory role, we direct and monitor sampling that the Navy conducts and receiving the data. This includes everything from field measurements, vapor measurements, groundwater, fuel samples, soil samples and rock samples. And we follow these trends and important indicators to inform the plans to reinstate groundwater protection. So what we've created, what our subject matter experts have created are a series of maps for selected time periods to illustrate change over time. So these maps are a combination of data from different periods in which we consolidate all of the maximum values for the wells in that area. I'll show you this map in just a second. These sample results also represent a variety of different groundwater sampling methods, depending on the wells where we were sampling from, and also different analytical methods. But in all cases, we are looking at, first set of maps is for TPH diesel, and the second one is for TPH oil. Next slide. All right. So let me just give you a little orientation to the map. So the white line is the Red Hill shaft. All of the white dots represent wells in the area, Navy wells in the area for which there was data collected. In some areas where you see the question mark, we don't have sufficient data with this data set to be able to know exactly what's happening in that area. So the question marks just indicate uncertainty in that area. Also, if you look at the scale, you'll see this is a color flood map. So the colors in this case don't necessarily represent the EAL, but more the concentration overall. Okay, so this is what the conditions were prior to the May release. So in that year-long period, these were the highest detections at each of these wells. Okay, so let's move on. Next slide. All right. So the release happened on May 6th. And so these are the release, again, highest numbers between May through the end of July. And you'll see in the center of the plume where it says 3,300, that is monitoring well 2. So that is a well that has the 3 wells in the center of the plume, in the center of the tank farm have had detections going back to 2014 and before. But we see increased level there in this time period. And we also see a couple other detections. It's a little bit, some changes out there in terms of seeing TPH in places we hadn't seen before. Okay, and also notice the scale goes up very high, and that's to be able to take into account what happens in the next few slides. Next slide, please. So from August to October, we are seeing some increased detections of TPH D, again, around that center well. We're not exactly sure what that is. There was not a release during that time that we are aware of. However, this may be one of the possibilities is that in the cleaning out of the facility after the May release, that some both fuel and or soap substances used to clean up after the spill may have freed up TPH, diesel, and oil in the subsurface. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the period from November through the beginning of December. The spill itself happened on 11/20, and the pumps were shut off on December 6th. So if you look at the Red Hill shaft, you can see that 10,000 number. There was actually free product in the shaft at that time, but for modeling purposes, we simply use the solubility limit of fuel in water because that's what all the other detections are. And so what we see there is not surprising to see the TPH high down by the shaft, but we also see increases around the main tank farm. This may, and you can also see, if you look at the top of the screen where the 111 number is, we're seeing some elevations further distance from the Red Hill shaft, and also moving in directions that that don't follow the dip necessarily, but appear to be following other water movement patterns that we still need to understand. And these likely also represent times when the pump was off, but we're not sure what that connection is yet. Next slide. Okay, now we are looking at the February to March period. So at this point, the pumping has been turned back on. Sorry, that happened in the end of January. You can see that we're not seeing effects down at the Red Hill shaft. They are diminishing down there, but there's still that lingering impact around in the tank farm itself, around monitoring well 2. You see in this case, the detection is as high as 4,100 parts per billion. Okay, next slide. Okay, and this is our current state today. So pumping is resumed, but we still are seeing those finger detections where you see the number 41. That direction, you'll see that on some of these slides, is in the direction of the Halava shaft. So that's something that we're paying close attention to at this point. It appears to be lessening, but that's an area of great concern to us, not only for Halava shaft, but in all directions where we can get to public water supplies. All right, next slide. I'm going to do the same thing now with TPH oil. Next slide. Okay, again, this is likely older degraded product. And we see that there was some of that has been around for quite a while. So in here, the scale you'll notice is much smaller, instead of up to 10,000. The highest number here is 1450. Action level for TPHO is 500 micrograms per liter. So we had low level detections across the tank farm, as you can see, before the May releases or any of the other releases this year. Okay, next slide. So this is the May to July period, and we see some elevations in the upper area of the tank farm, that place where it's a little bit orange and yellow. So that again suggests that there may have that release from the tank farm to the environment during the May event is likely. All right, and that is well above the action level there. Okay, next slide. So August to October, we are seeing TPHO, again, this is this older product, in the same general area where we saw TPHD on the other slides, but significant indication that TPHO is being detected and is in a larger area than we had seen before. So we're still working to sort out exactly how that happened or what the mechanisms are, but it's important to be able to take a look at what this imaging suggests. Okay, next slide. Okay, this is the November to December time period. Now, given that the release happened down at the end of the shaft, this figure is surprising to us, probably not surprising to you guys as well. And again, it represents during that time period, the highest detection at each of the wells combined to see essentially what the scope was, what areas have been affected by contamination. And so, and also again, if you look, you can see there's, even though, so pumping is off at this time. So this gives us an idea. You also see some question marks out there. That's where we just didn't have enough data to be able to bound that area for sure. And this ends up being a work in progress. This is a tool we will continue to use over time. Okay, just about through here. Next slide. So in January, you can see that the detections have diminished significantly in the well field where we can see them. And there is still some elevated numbers off to the northwest and Malca. Okay, next slide. All right, this is pumping is back on. All right, and then moving towards the April, the last of these maps. That's right. Okay. So at this point, with the data that we have, you know, we can only see where we can see out there with the monitoring wells that we have. But with what we have, it looks like these numbers are getting closer to what the pre-release concentrations were before the releases this year. And we look forward to working closely with our water resource partners as we work to understand this in terms of water flow and impacts to nearby water receptors. Next slide. Okay, and just a couple quick slides here. So this really looks at what the trends were related to the highest concentrations seen at the site. So the peak was in November, December during the release, not surprising. And then you can see how that compares to prior year. It was climbing up and then climbing back again. And now in April 2022, we are pretty much back to prior year, perhaps a little bit lower at this point, but this will be a work in progress. Next slide. And also just so you can get a sense of what we actually saw out there. Highest detections in the prior year were up for TPHD anywhere in the system. We're up to 2,000 parts per billion. Went up to 10,000 and higher, and then have dropped back down again. So just to see these patterns, we still have contamination out there that we are investigating and trying to learn more about. Next slide. So there's a lot of text on here. These slides will be available, but we do see that that there were separate impacts to the aquifer from both the May 21 and the November 21 releases. It's very important to understand what those differences are and what that might mean for contamination remaining in the aquifer. The concentrations in, after the May release appear to be, continue to appear to be declining. And we do see TPHO mobility from the May release that suggests that there's historic contamination in the aquifer or other impacts from materials used inside the tunnel. Okay, next slide. So overall, with the data that we see now, it appears that the plumes at the moment are stable and possibly contracting. The TPHO is really pretty much back to pre-2021 releases. TPHD remains higher, not a whole lot, but it is. And overall, it appears that the mass of the plumes in the areas, again, where we have wells, appear to be diminishing and appear to be relatively stable. Historic impacts do remain in the foundation. The extent of these are not known. That's going to be a big part of the contaminant fate and transport work that we think is very important. And we just needs to have quick ongoing investigation, ongoing evaluations. A key step that we are working closely with our water partners and the Navy is getting in additional sentinel wells so that we have good early warning for the water systems in our area. Right now, the well that we pointed out, that I pointed out in the Northwest, kind of right by the end of the prison, operates as our sentinel well, and we hope to have more wells in that area soon. And overall, we are just taking a very careful look at all of these issues, examining the data, looking to figure out how to get data to us sooner, and what actions need to be taken to protect the aquifer. Next slide. So we will continue to coordinate closely with water resource agencies, the Ftac members, and keep the community updated as well, so that we can work together. We've also been working with, participating with UH, and there's some of their technical discussions on Red Hill, and I found that very helpful as well. The pumping will be continued at Red Hill Shaft, and we continue to carefully examine the monitoring program and add new wells where we can and analyses. And just keep a close eye out so that we can see what's coming and can protect public water drinking supply. And I look forward to questions after when the question time comes up. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. My name is Gabriela Carvalho. I work for EPA Region 9 and the Underground Storage Tank Program. I'm the Red Hill Project Coordinator. And you heard a few presentations already today about work that is being done to characterize the extent of the contamination caused by Red Hill releases, remediate the contamination, and restore resources. And so I'm here to share with you very quickly work that's underway currently to develop a Red Hill remediation and restoration action plan to ensure that all of the work that's underway is well coordinated, prioritized, and it happens as quickly as possible. Next slide, please. So we are working, EPA and DOH are leading an effort to develop the Red Hill Remediation Restoration Action Plan. This plan provides a clear and comprehensive roadmap for site remediation and aquifer recovery and restoration. It aligns, the plan aligns agencies' responsibilities, authorities, and actions, and it creates a simple and accountable plan of action for getting to the point in which contamination is remediated and the aquifer and our resources are restored. So this is a strategic, comprehensive plan, and it covers all of the work that's required under federal and state regulations to address the releases from Red Hill. It identifies the priorities, timelines, and regulatory authorities for all of the work that's underway that the Navy is required to implement. This plan is being led by EPA and DOH with active and full cooperation of the Navy. Next slide, please. All of the work that's underway in the plan, it falls under 5 key action plan objectives. So the first is to prevent any further releases from the Red Hill facility. The second is to investigate and assess the environmental condition of the site and the impacts of prior releases. The third action plan objective is to protect drinking water and surface water resources. The fourth is to remediate all of the contamination. And the fifth is to communicate the progress and the work that's underway to the public in an efficient manner. So there is work underway under each of these objectives right now. This plan is under development currently, and we're not ready to share it yet because it's still being developed and ensuring that it's comprehensive of all the work that needs to happen. And work is happening under each of these objectives concurrently. We expect to have a plan that we can share in more detail in the coming months. Next slide, please. So this work is really critical to involve key stakeholder agencies in this process as well. And we're establishing a process to involve key water protection public trust agencies in action plan committee. So the goal is to provide a focused and productive way to leverage the collective expertise and capabilities of key water protection public trust agencies to create and execute a really technically sound and effective action plan. Tentative membership of the committee includes DOH, EPA, Navy, Honolulu Board of Water Supply, Commission on Water Resource Management, and U.S. Geological Survey. DOH and EPA will convene committee meetings. We're in the process of setting up this committee, and we hope to have the first meeting occur in early June. And I believe that is my last slide. So I will, one last item is in the agenda, you will see that there is an item for this portion of the agenda titled Improving Process of Data and Information Sharing and Interpretation. The information to share there is that the groundwater and soil vapor and other data that the Navy is required to collect under DOH and EPA direction is currently posted on the DOH website. In Phoenix's presentation, there were a few links to where you can access that data. We recognize that the information there is not easy to retrieve, interpret, and process, and we are directing the Navy to do a better job with sharing data. And so Navy is currently working on setting up an electronic data management system to help support that effort. And so we hope to have some more to share with you in the coming months on that effort as well. And that is a key component of the action plan, which includes kind of improved data management as well as sharing information with the public. So that concludes our time for this session. I'll turn it over to Keith.
Great, thank you very much, Gabriella. So we're pretty much on schedule, which is great. I want to turn it right over to the Navy now, beginning with Admiral Tim Cott.
Thanks, Keith. Good morning. I'm Rear Admiral Tim Cott, Commander, Navy Region Hawaii, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this morning. In the 7 months since I last addressed you last October, the Navy has collaborated and continues to collaborate with the state and federal regulators and our other partners. And together, we have worked hard to address and make forward progress on the many difficult circumstances related to the November release from the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility. Our focus has been and always will be the well-being of our community and protecting the environment. We still have a lot of work to do, and we are committed to doing it. The Navy is on course to comply with Secretary of Defense Austin's order in March to defuel and permanently close the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility. We look forward to working in close collaboration with our interagency partners, which include the Environmental Protection Agency, the Hawaii Department of Health, United States Indo-Pacific Command, the Defense Logistics Agency, to develop and execute a responsible, environmentally safe process to defuel and permanently shut down the facility. In a few minutes, Captain Gordy Meyer, Commanding Officer, Navy Facilities Engineering Command, Hawaii, will provide additional details regarding those challenges and the solutions the Navy has implemented or is currently implementing with the help of DOD and Navy leadership, our congressional delegation, regulators from EPA and DOH, and the key stakeholders and community leaders. I would like to address our workforce, families, loved ones, and the community of Oahu, those impacted by the recent water quality events. The Navy will continue to do what it takes to make this situation right. Our current work is the remediation and revitalization of the Red Hill well and drinking water shaft. We continue to work with EPA, DOH, national and local elected officials, and other community leaders to clean up the water at the Red Hill well and develop an environmental mitigation plan to address any contamination issues. DOH issued a superseding emergency order on May 6th that calls upon the Navy to lay out the progress to defuel and permanently close the 20 underground storage tanks and associated surge tanks and piping at the Red Hill facility. Navy has since notified DOH as of this Tuesday that the Navy waives the right to the hearing on that order. We will work with DOH on the Navy submittals required under the order, and we recognize the order provides for an iterative process as to refine those submittals as necessary. Both DOH and Navy agree that defueling and closure must be carried out in a way that is protective of human health and safety and the environment. And we fully expect and intend that to be the outcome. The Navy looks forward to working cooperatively with DOH on the defueling and closure of the facility, and has worked cooperatively with DOH to ensure the safety and health of those affected by the November 2021 release. Navy and the Department of Defense are taking action in accordance with the Secretary's Defense direction to defuel and permanently close the facility, and we will ensure that defueling and closure is done as expeditiously as possible, consistent with maximum safety procedures. Safety is our number one priority in executing this guidance. Moving forward, the Navy remains thankful for the guidance and support from our federal, congressional, state, and community stakeholders. These partnerships are vital as the Navy remains committed in continuing to provide access to safe water. We value our community and the many natural resources here in Hawaii. Thank you for your time. Now I will turn it over to Captain Meyer to provide more detailed briefing. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Admiral Cott. For those that have not met me before, I am Captain Gordy Meyer. I'm the Regional Engineer for Navy Region Hawaii. Thank you for the opportunity to provide you an update on the Navy's efforts at Red Hill in concert with our regulators and our DoD partners. However, before discussing those efforts at Red Hill, I will first provide the committee an overview of the other DoD underground storage tanks in Hawaii. So with that, we'll go ahead and start sharing our screen so you can see the brief that we have prepared. So very shortly, we'll be presenting our slides. If you cannot see them, please let me know.
I can't see them, Gordy. This is Ernie.
Okay, thanks, Ernie. I guess if the host could grant permission for us to share, that would be greatly appreciated. The specific name that needs to be shared is the Red Hill PMO.
Okay, Captain Meyer, we're tracking that down right now.
Okay. While those get put up, I will continue on discussing, as the slides aren't necessarily critical for all of the discussion items. And so I'll proceed in the interest of time addressing the items for discussion. And so first, as I said before, we talk about Red Hill, I'll talk about a review of all the underground storage tank sites that we'll be presenting. And we'll breaking down into basically 3 categories. Those that are permanently out of use, such as the Hickam POL, fuel annexes, those that are out of operation, and those that are currently actively in use. So if you can't see the slides as we work to get those put up, I will talk about each of those in order. And so first, I will talk about the Hickam fuel annexes. And there are no significant updates for the Hickam fuel annexes since the last FTAC. Kapapa remediation and monitoring continue under the guidance of our regulators, and the site poses no unacceptable public health risks. Next, I'll talk about the Kahuahua Peninsula. These tanks at the peninsula have been emptied, cleaned, and secured, and we'll be working to demolish and remove these empty tanks in the future as we are developing a timeline for that as we work in concert in our efforts to redevelop the land in that area as part of our long-term area development for the area of Kahuahua Peninsula. Next, I'll talk about Pacific Missile Range Facility and the tanks we have there. There are no substantial updates since the last FTAC meeting on those tanks. There are 5 tanks in use and continue to demonstrate their integrity through monthly leak detection evolutions. And so that is the other tanks to talk about before Red Hill. And I will now transition to talk about the details of Red Hill. And it appears that we've not been able to get the slides presented yet, that I can see them on the screen. And so as I move into Red Hill, I will talk about some timelines. And so what will be pushed up here shortly will be the timeline of events that have been covered for the most part already. And so before I do that, it may be helpful to ensure that everyone can see these timeline slides. And so I will pause briefly and ask for just a minute to make sure that we can get this slide presented so everyone can see it.
And you should have that now. I see it coming up.
Okay, perfect. Okay, great. And so now everyone should be able to see the timeline here. This is a very similar time frame in events that you may have, as you have seen from Department of Health. I will not belabor each of these, and I'll not repeat what the Department of Health has already covered. I'll highlight just a few here. And so at the last FTAC on May 6th, we talked about the reliefs that occurred near tanks 18 and 20. Everyone's very familiar with what was briefed about the release at 20 November from the fire suppression recovery drain line pipeline at Red Hill. That release was roughly 3/4 of a mile from the Red Hill tanks and very near the actual Red Hill well itself. And then, as was briefed previously by Department of Health, on November 28th was when we first received complaints of water quality at the base. And on that same day, we secured the Red Hill well. And then on the following day, on November 29th, Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam stood up its Emergency Operations Center. Commander Navy Region Hawaii stood up their Regional Operations Center, and Commander Pacific Fleet established a Joint Crisis Action Team. And as you know, that same day, Department of Health issued their advisory for the water at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. Then on December 6th, the Department of Health issued the emergency order directing Navy to take actions to address the impacts on the Joint Base Drinking Water System incident and the operations at the Red Hill Bulk Fuel Storage Facility. That next day, on December 7th, the Secretary of the Navy, Secretary Del Toro, ordered the immediate suspension of operations at Red Hill, as well as additional measures to investigate the release and ensure restoration of safe drinking water to residents. On January 8th, the Department of Defense began planning for the defueling of the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility and the relocation of the strategic fuel reserves stored there. On January 11th, the engineering firm Simpson, Gumpertz, and Hager of Massachusetts were hired as an independent third party to assess the facility operations and system integrity at Red Hill. You will hear us refer to this firm, this independent third party firm, as SGH in the future. On March 7th, the Office of the Secretary of Defense said and made an announcement that will permanently shut down Red Hill and remove all the fuel. Also in March, all of the Joint Base Water Distribution System was cleared by the Department of Health with the water in all 19 zones, meeting all Clean Water Drinking Act and Safe Drinking Water Act requirements. This was the final step of clearing the entire distribution system, which started with the first zones having an amended water advisory on 17 February, as Department of Health did a very good, thorough job briefing earlier. On the 29th of April, the independent third-party assessment from SGH was completed to support the Department of Health emergency order, as well as the Secretary of the Navy order. The final report has just been shared with the regulators and is currently under review with the Navy and the Department of Defense, assessing the list of recommended repairs and the operational changes to complete prior to defueling in order to maximize safety and reduce the risk to the environment as we defuel. Last week on May 6th, as was mentioned, the Navy received the new Department of Health emergency order on Red Hill and is working to comply and will comply with that order. As we move to the next slide, in the following discussions, I'll focus on the way ahead. And as we will continue to work closely with the regulators on several key lines of efforts already in place, as well as other efforts that will start in the very near future. I'll provide an overview of the way ahead and a breakdown of really 4 areas. First is, again, an overview of the long-term monitoring of our potable water distribution system to ensure continued safe quality water that is fully compliant with the Safe Drinking Act. Second, I'll talk about the Red Hill recovery and aquifer protection, including a monitoring well update. Third, I'll talk about defueling of Red Hill. And fourth, I'll give a brief update on our future efforts with the University of Hawaii. So first, I'll talk about the long-term monitoring of the Joint Base Pearl Harbor water distribution system. Department of Health did a very good job earlier outlining much of this, and so I'll not repeat much of that. But that long-term monitoring is the follow-on step after each zone was amended by the Department of Health. And as was outlined, that initial amendment of the health advisory was done after we flushed the distribution system. We tested the distribution system. We flushed every individual home and building. And then we did substantial representative testing of homes and buildings to ensure the water was safe, allowing Department of Health to amend that advisory. Under this effort, over 1,000 water samples were taken to ensure the water was safe. After that amended advisory, we have now moved into the long-term monitoring as briefed by Department of Health. They've talked about the details of how many samples, what percentages of samples we will take over the coming months, over the course of the next 2 years. And that will include 6,000 samples across the base in a variety of homes, buildings, and other facilities to ensure the water remains safe over the next 2 years. I think it's important to also highlight, the Department of Health also did mention it, is that in each time we do this sampling in each zone, we will also be doing a full sample of child development homes, child development centers, medical and dental centers, as well as all schools throughout the entire process of the long-term monitoring. So as of May 10th, just a few days ago, we have collected approximately 1,600 samples across the Navy water system as part of our long-term monitoring effort. The sampling continues to show our water distribution system provides safe quality water from our Waieva well, which is now the single source for all of our water at Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. And I think it's important to highlight In all of our water sampling and long-term monitoring, we have not seen any JP5 contamination in the water system. So now, as covered the long-term monitoring of the water distribution system, I'll now move into the Red Hill well recovery and aquifer protection efforts. And so since the 28th of November of last year, the Navy has taken significant steps to remove contaminants directly from the Red Hill well, characterize the site of the contamination, and protect the larger aquifer. Within the Red Hill well, we have employed skimmers, booms, and absorbent pads to directly contain and remove contamination. To date, we have recovered approximately 150 gallons of petroleum product within the well itself, the Red Hill well. These tools remain in the well, but are currently only observing very sporadic indications of possible contaminations on the well surface that are so small as to be difficult to quantify. In December, shortly following the November 20 release, we installed 52 soil vapor monitoring ports in the lower tunnel near the fuel release location. This summer, we'll be installing 4 moderate and 3 deeper depth soil vapor monitoring ports. These ports will help us further characterize contamination in the soil and allow us to consider additional remediation technologies such as soil vapor extraction, if that is determined to be a viable option. Additionally, we're in coordination with the regulatory partners to utilize a remotely operated vehicle within the well and developmental tunnel. This will be the second employment of an ROV, as we call it, or a remote vehicle to assist our understanding of the contaminants within the immediate Red Hill well area itself. Other recovery efforts that we are planning include the removal of contaminated soil in the surrounding area outside the tunnel near the 20 November general release location. This work is expected to commence within the coming weeks. Following the removal of these initial contamination, additional soil samples will be taken to assist the Navy and the regulators to understand how much soil will actually need to be evacuated within that area to protect the environment. Then since January 29th, we have been implementing the interagency approved Red Hill Shaft Recovery and Monitoring Plan. Under the plan, as has been briefed, up to 5 million gallons per day are pumped from the Red Hill well in an effort to create a capture zone within the aquifer. By pumping this water, we pull in surrounding water in the aquifer along with any potential contaminants to help ensure that the contaminants do not spread. The pumped water from the well passes through a granulated activated carbon system, or a GAC filtration system, where it is tested before it is discharged in the lava stream under the National Pollution Discharge Elimination System NPDES permit approved by DOH. Again, that was further highlighted and discussed by DOH earlier today. We're also performing ecological monitoring of the lava stream through a partnership with the University of Hawaii and Navy environmental professionals to ensure the water does not adversely impact the environment. Again, in order to ensure that we are complying with this NPDES permit and we are providing no harm to the environment, we are sampling both the influent and effluent associated with this GAC filtration system. And we're sending these samples to an independent certified third-party lab on the mainland. We are also continuously sampling for total petroleum hydrocarbons using inline analyzers and manually sampling every 4 hours with a portable analyzer for TPH, both in the diesel, oil, and gas ranges. And to date, we have not detected total petroleum hydrocarbons in any of our GAC samples prior to being discharged into a lava stream, ensuring we provide safe water into that stream that will not harm the environment. The Navy is studying and developing plans for a permanent water treatment facility at the Red Hill well in coordination with the emergency order and Secretary of the Navy's order. And this will allow us to potentially have full use of the water being pumped from the Red Hill well shaft. Transitioning now from discussions of immediate recovery, I'll talk about some of our groundwater monitoring wells and efforts there. I'll first by saying that we have observed Department of Health's presentation of their maps and analysis for the first time today. We look forward to working with the Department of Health to better understand the analysis used in creating the maps provided and some of the assumptions used in developing the maps provided. The Department of Health and EPA have all the data that we, the Navy, have in all of our monitoring wells, and we've shared that. As discussed, we're looking collaboratively to find ways how we can provide data that is in a more user-friendly format, and we are happy to work together to do that in a format that is desired by the regulators. When it comes to our groundwater monitoring wells, the Navy continues to collect our samples from our existing 21 ground monitoring wells and providing all of those results. The newest well we have under construction, monitoring well number 17, is expected to complete later this month. To further assist in our understanding if and to what extent there is contamination within the groundwater, we have worked with the Hawaii regulator agencies for the approval of an additional 10 monitoring wells, and we're referring to these as delineation wells. Currently, we are looking to put those directly around the Red Hill well area and the 20 November release site to test for the presence of contamination. The first 3 wells are currently under construction, and 2 are expected for completion in June, and we anticipate receiving the initial sampling data later this summer. We're also working with the stakeholders via the Aquifer Recovery Focus Group to identify priority locations for additional wells further from Red Hill, as briefed by Department of Health. We're referring to these wells as sentinel wells. You know, the 4 highest priority wells are planned to be installed between Red Hill and the Honolulu Board of Water Supply's Halava Shaft. Pending approval from the landowners at these locations, we anticipate commencing installation and drilling of these wells later this year, with the exact timing highly dependent on landowner cooperation. We really want to get these wells in as quickly as possible, and working with the regulators and other agencies to cooperatively work with the landowners to install these wells as quickly as possible. Also underpinning our aquifer recovery strategy will be the development of a groundwater flow model. The Navy received EPA's and Department of Health's March 17th letter indicating disapproval of Navy's March 2020 groundwater flow model report related to Red Hill. We're actively working with EPA, Department of Health, and others to develop a groundwater flow model that regulators can approve. This will improve our understanding of groundwater dynamics and will help inform a comprehensive contamination remediation effort at Red Hill. All these efforts, including direct contamination removal, soil vapor monitoring, creation of a capture zone, additional monitoring wells, and other actions, are being integrated together as part of a comprehensive strategy to identify and plan additional steps and way ahead to fully recover the Red Hill well and protect the aquifer. And Gabriella from EPA provided a good summary of some action plans that we are going to work together to achieve that goal. Next, I'll transition to the way ahead on defueling. Again, on March 8th of this year, the Secretary of Defense Austin ordered the defueling and decommissioning of the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility, included a requirement for the Navy to develop a defueling plan with actions and milestones, or a POAM, Plan of Actions and Milestones, by May 31st of this year, which the Navy is on target to deliver. The POAM will be divided into 5 phases. Phase 1 has mostly been completed, was the independent third-party assessment completed at the end of April. Currently, we are in phase 2, which is to use the infrastructure and operational training corrective actions from the assessment to build a work plan to be approved by Commander Pacific Fleet and the Hawaii Department of Health. Phase 3 will be the implementation of the corrective actions and the inspection of those corrections once they are completed. Phase 4 consists of final preparedness actions, including all approvals and inspections, any additional training requirements needed, and reviewing the final defueling plan. Once all final preparedness actions have been completed, phase 5, which is the defueling of the actual defueling of the Red Hill well tanks, can begin. All efforts for defueling will underpin the requirement to ensure a safe operation in the most expedient manner. Key to ensuring a safe defueling evolution, again, is this third-party assessment that has been completed. On January 11th of this year, the Navy awarded a contract again, to SGH to assess the operation system integrity of the Red Hill Bulk Fuel Storage Facility. SGH is a multidisciplinary engineering firm that designs, investigates, and rehabilitates structures and facilities, including those in the hydrocarbon storage sector. They were selected through a competitive process based on their independence from government work and their qualifications. As part of the assessment, SGH subcontracted to a firm called Ftac, which is an independent and specialized provider of risk management, consulting, resourcing, learning, and inspection services. And they provided a complete 2-week comprehensive safety process and risk management analysis, often referred to as a HAZOP, similar to a risk and vulnerability assessment. On February 3rd, the Navy submitted a work plan and implementation schedule to the Department of Health outlining the work to be conducted in the assessment, which included process safety and risk management analysis, identification of operational deficiencies, environmental and cultural impacts, structural and mechanical integrity evaluations, and retrofit concepts. The Navy and the regulators received an outbrief on April 26th, and the final assessment report from this third-party assessment was completed and provided to the Secretary of the Navy on April 29th, and that report was just recently provided to the regulators. The completed assessment provided a list of recommended repairs and operational changes to maximize safety and reduce risk in order to safely defuel Red Hill and operate the remaining fuel infrastructure. Currently, a review of the assessment is underway to develop a plan of actions and milestones by the 31st of May for implementing the corrective actions needed to safely defuel. Finally, I'll provide a quick and brief overview of our University of Hawaii partnership. In past FTACs, we provided an overview of our partnership with the University of Hawaii involving Red Hill. 7 initiatives are scheduled to be completed by the end of next month in June of 2022. Even though the original purpose for some of these initiatives has now changed with the planned closure of Red Hill, the results of these completed studies may be applicable in the future for other similar situations. Additionally, there are also projects that will likely be good candidates for follow-on work specifically involving cybersecurity, Red Hill data collection, and harnessing microbial degradation of hydrocarbons. As mentioned earlier, we are performing ecological monitoring of the Hahlava Stream through a partnership with the University of Hawaii and Navy environmental professionals. Recently, the Navy procured high-precision lab testing equipment that has been provided to the University of Hawaii and that has just been recently installed. This month, the equipment's manufacturer will provide on-site training for the University of Hawaii staff, and when operational, this lab will provide independent, on-island precision testing capabilities as a method to perform rapid, high-precision testing, especially for our water, which does not exist today on the island. The closure of Red Hill will not end our partnership with Red Hill, and the closure of Red Hill will not end our partnership with the University of Hawaii, and we look forward to their continued support into the future on a variety of initiatives. Again, thank you for your time, and I'll turn it now back over to Mr. Mattson.
Okay, thank you very much, Captain Myers. I appreciate that, and our apologies for the glitch on the file sharing. So now we're going to move straight into our FTAC member question and answer session. And again, just to remind you, for those FTAC members who wish to ask questions, we're going to do it in a question round format, starting with a 4-minute slot for those who raise their digital hand. And so I would like to get a sense of which panelists are doing that. And I see some right now. We'll just take them in the order that they arrive. We'll let you know when you're close to your ending of your 4 minutes. Let's start with Ernie Lau. Ernie, if you could unmute yourself and start.
Thanks, Keith. And just thank you for this opportunity to hold the FTAC meeting again to the Department of Health. Also, thank you for DOH, doing those plume maps, contaminant plume maps. I found them concerning and disturbing. but I also understand the value of visualization tools. A lot of data being thrown at people. So ways to visualize and make it transparent to our community is very important. So please continue to do that. I'd like to point out that even though the levels may seem to be diminishing, it could just mean that we know that groundwater is always moving, that the groundwater is moving with the contamination to locations where there are no monitoring wells. So it looks like monitoring wells are in fixed locations, but the groundwater is moving and with the fuel contamination with it. And I think this kind of validates our concern. I would suggest the Department of Health and EPA really look at the releases coming out of the VADOS zone, the unsaturated zone, from below the tanks to above the water table. That there are 72 documented releases, maybe 180,000 gallons in the past. And that looks like it's starting to really move. Captain Myers, please, on the Halava Shaft monitor well, we're open to that. Our only outstanding requirement, which we've had before you for years, is that we require that you do an NHO, Native Hawaiian Organization consultation process. Just this week on Tuesday, we issued we're going out to consultation on the new exploratory wells to replace Halava Shaft, Aiea wells, and Halava wells. I do have a question for the Department of Health on the administrative order and consent, which was signed in September of 2015. Is that AOC going to be terminated now? Because it does seem to be irrelevant. The AOC was really geared toward trying to keep the facility operating. So that doesn't seem to make sense now. Would you consider termination of that? And also the assessment report on the facility, DOH and EPA, can you please share that with the BWS and the public? And that's it, Keith. I hope I made my 4 minutes.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ernie. Okay, those who have been asked those questions, please respond.
So Ernie, I'll answer the question on the AOC, the applicability of the AOC. There are portions of the AOC that is still applicable, like the groundwater, analysis. And you're correct, there are portions that are not applicable. We are considering our options on the AOC at this time, but we are working with EPA and our respective attorneys.
With regards to the question on the assessment report that is due to the Department of Health today, in accordance with the emergency order, we have also asked the Navy to provide us with redacted versions that is due to us within 10 business days in accordance with state and federal regulations or statutes. And so when that version is available, we will certainly make that available to the public.
Thank you.
Okay,
hi,
let's go.
This is Nicole Mutu from EPA. Hi, everyone. I manage our Resource Conservation and Recovery Act branch in EPA Region 9. And I just wanted to concur with what the Department of Health said about the administrative order on consent. We realize that portions of it are no longer needed. And so we are in conversations. However, as Kathy Ho said, there are portions of it related to the groundwater remediation and release investigation that are still in effect and relevant. So when I say portions no longer needed, I'm referring to the parts that assume that the facility is going to continue operating. So I'm recognizing that the facility will be closed, defueled and closed.
Nicole, thank you. There is the opportunity, I think, under the AOC to do amendments.
Yes.
So maybe an amendment to kind of clean this. It's a messy document right now, given the circumstances. My suggestion.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, let's now move to Dr. Melanie Lau. Could you please unmute yourself?
How's that? Can you hear me okay?
Loud and clear.
Great. So I was a little bit confused. Ernie was able to rattle off a whole lot of questions at once, but I'm better with one-on-one. So my first question goes to Gordy Meyer. The root cause analysis on Admiral Paparo's desk has been sitting there since mid-January. When will that be released to the public and Department of Health?
Okay, Captain Myers?
Yes, and so the command investigation from Pacific Fleet was completed and sent to the Chief of Naval Operations, and there has been a supplemental investigation as part of that. That is being finished and reviewed. I do not have an exact timeline when that will be released and shared. I do not believe we'll be considering that timeline in months and years. I think we can count the weeks when that should be completed and shared.
Okay, so I've only got 4 minutes. So Gordy, can we go a little faster? So I want the report from January, since that one's already been written, and I don't really care if it's only preliminary. When can I see that one?
As soon as that's completed and reviewed by the Department of the Navy, that will be shared. It's not been completed yet.
How long does it take for them to read something from January? It's already May, and you're gonna release another one in May, supposedly.
Yes. Again, I expect it will be weeks, and we counting the number of weeks when that will be released. But there will still some additional time that's needed to complete that full review.
Okay, then I'm gonna hold you to 2 weeks. How's that? We get January's one in 2 weeks, and we'll get May's one in 2 months.
Again, I can't speak for the Department of the Chief of Naval Operations, but they are working as quickly as possible to get that report completed.
Okay, well, as I'm only one of the public members, I'm pretty sure I'm speaking for a lot of public people out there that would really like to see that report, as well as the Department of Health. Okay, moving on. Second question goes to the Department of Health. Do you have enough manpower and budget to oversee all of the events that Navy needs to be doing?
At this time, we believe we have enough money and the budget. The legislature just approved, gave us $1.4 million to assist us in emergency appropriations. We also have the ability to cost recover our costs from the Navy, which we're in the process of doing.
Okay, great, because it sounds like there's a lot of monitoring that needs to be done both before and after everything that they're doing. Next question I have goes back to to Captain Meyer. You said in your analysis that early on you were talking about all the different other underground tanks, and then the only one that's really active right now are the 5 tanks in Kauai at the Pacific Missile Range facility. Is that correct? Besides the Red Hill?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so I don't know if you got to see Christine Jedra's column yesterday at Civil Beat, but NAVSUP did a report on FLC Pearl Harbor Fleet Logistics Center that found them very remiss in leadership oversight responsibilities. The required annual spill prevention training was not happening. The status quo was what was being promulgated instead of regard for environmental concerns. Minor leaks were not cleaned up. Valves were left open that shouldn't have been left open. And personnel were purposely discharging fuel into secondary containments instead of fuel buckets. And there is also an insufficient maintenance program, and the person in charge of certifying inventory and ensuring documentation was complete and accurate and was not doing so. So the Navy did not tell her exactly if it was the Pacific Missile Range facility or if it was Joint Base Pearl Harbor / Red Hill that was remiss. But since you just said that Pacific Missile Range facility are not remiss in anything, that they're functioning properly, then we can assume all of these criticisms belong to Joint Base Pearl Harbor and Red Hill. Is that correct?
Again, this was an internal command investigation. Exactly where it's attributable, it was part of a total command investigation. And so it was part of the total command review of their entire operations across all areas.
Yes, but you just told me that the 2 active areas, of the 2 active areas, only Kauai is not remiss. So can I therefore assume that it's Joint Base Pearl Harbor and Red Hill that is remiss?
Again, there are no issues or concerns with the tanks at Red Hill. I'm sorry, the tanks at PMRF. Right. They have continued to be operated fine and safe. And so we see no concerns with the PMRF tanks.
And what about, so that means we are left to say that these criticisms are regarding Red Hill, correct?
Again, it's part of the entire command investigation. And as we've learned from our third-party assessment, there is work that needs to be done at the Red Hill fuel facility.
How much time do I have left?
You've actually exceeded the time.
Okay,
so
I'm stopping.
It's more than likely you'll have a second round
Okay,
because I'm
great.
only seeing a few hands up at this point. Let's move now quickly to Ashley Nishihara. Ashley?
Thank you.
Okay, am I on?
Yes, you are.
Okay, very good. So I have a question, and this is aimed towards the Navy and DOH. You know, from the beginning of this, and even beyond the beginning, I mean, Board of Water Supply has not been on, in on the game, like DOH and Navy have not been transparent about important information regarding the spills, to Board of Water Supply. And often they are the ones finding out alongside the public or just ahead of the public or same time with us. And so I want to ask, why is that? And, in the Red Hill Remediation and Restoration Action Plan, even in this is implied. It says that it's led by the EPA and DOH with full cooperation by the Navy. And under tentative membership, it says Board of Water Supply. I mean, what's up with that? Why aren't they considered one of the major players? Ernie Lau, Ern Kawata, and all the hardworking people at BWS deserve to know what's going on. They're in charge of our water. They need to know this important information. And if they're locked out of this loop, how can anything progress for the better? So that's my question right now to DOH and Navy.
Okay, so we'll probably direct that question to DOH and EPA since they're the conveners for the action plan. A little response there, please.
Yes, hi, this is Gabriella Carvalho with EPA. And the reason that the slide listed tentative members is because we're still standing up the committee. The intent here was to share early information with you all about our efforts to try to set up a forum by which key water protection stakeholder agencies can be actively involved in all of the work that is going on.
The other thing I'd like to emphasize is both the Department of Health and EPA are the regulators in this case. And we take that role seriously. Well, Department of Health and EPA, I suspect, takes that role seriously. And so we will continue to protect the water as we see fit going forward.
Actually, you still have a few minutes left in your 4 if you want to continue.
And, there was, this is aimed toward Captain Gordy Meyer and DOH as well. While he was talking about the JP5, I believe at one point he said there was no JP5 reported in the water. And I've been seeing chat, just bling up. And consistently, Colonel Ann Wright saying repeatedly, DOH and Navy, please read the entries from military families on the JBPHH water contamination Facebook to get a better understanding of what some of the families are still enduring in the water and air in their homes. And there are multiple comments by other users in the chat that are, going unheard that they're saying that that is indeed not the case. There's still people suffering from the effects, of the water in their homes. So how do you plan to answer that?
Okay, and did you want to direct that question to somebody in particular?
Maybe Captain Myers.
Okay.
Sure, I'll be happy to answer that. And so yes, as we look at the data, as part of our long-term monitoring, the 1,600 samples we have taken across the water distribution system, none of them have had indications, showed indications of JP5 contamination within the water. So what we still have right now as part of a long-term monitoring, we have a rapid response team. So any Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam water user has an issue or concern with their water can give us a call to have their water reviewed, tested, and make sure that it is safe. We receive a couple calls a day. We respond and schedule as quickly as the resident desires. And we then do a test for total petroleum hydrocarbons. And in all of our tests, we have not seen any indications that there is petroleum hydrocarbons. They've all been non-detect in our analysis and responding to any complaints.
Okay, but you know, these people are still getting sick. And so they are reporting like, I am still, you know, having symptoms of being ill, you know, and it's what, if you tell them, well, there was no, there's no jet fuel in the water, there's nothing there. I mean, how is that a satisfactory answer?
I guess I would encourage anyone who's experienced health issues to please seek medical help to have that diagnosed and determine where that is from. From our analysis of the water, we have not seen that any causes to be concerned or any detections of petroleum hydrocarbons. The water has been safe. We provide all the information to Department of Health and EPA to verify that. They are part of that process, and we've not seen those concerns in the water quality.
Okay, so we're at the end of your initial 4 minutes. Actually, as I indicated to Melanie, I think we're going to have a second round. I'd like to first ask, before we call upon Ernie for a second time, does any other member of the Ftac wish to ask questions before we move on to a second round? And if you do, please indicate by raising your digital hand. Okay, and we have about a half hour left in this section, so it's ample time. If that is the case, Ernie, I'd like to turn it back over to you, but also I want to ask who of the Ftac members besides Ernie would like a second round? Okay, I see Melanie Lau and Ashley.
Yeah.
So 3 members requesting a second round. Okay, so this time, because we have a little bit more time to play with, why don't we start with 5 minutes per person before yielding to the next? So Ernie, why don't you go first, and we'll start now at 10:50 and have 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Keith, and thank you again, everybody. Ashley, I just want to make it clear that invitation to that working group to talk about a development of an action plan, Board of Water Supply is already committed to participate. One thing that we made it very clear from the very beginning too is that we're not going to sign a non-disclosure agreement because we believe that all this information should be made public and transparent to our community because it's so vital. It's protecting our water resources. A question for Captain Meyer. Now that you've received or the assessment reports, can you tell us, without sharing the report, can you tell us the timeline that you foresee for the safe defueling of all the tanks and the pipelines containing fuel right over our aquifer? What is your best guess right now at that timeline?
Thanks, Ernie. That's a great question, and we just received that report, a week and a half ago, and we are still synthesizing and analyzing that. I think it's fair to say we are, as we look at the process, we're going to determine our plan to do any repairs or corrective actions, and then actually do the defueling. How long each of those 2 steps will take, I don't expect them to be measured in multiple or several years for each of those steps, but I can't commit to a timeline now, what that exact time frame will look like. But again, I don't think it's going to be several years for each of those steps.
Gordy, I'll just tell you that doesn't. Every moment that facility contains fuel right over our aquifer is a moment too long for me because it's a threat to further damage to our resource. A question for Phoenix from the Department of Health. Phoenix, thank you for putting together the plume maps. That really helps. But generally, what I see from those is that there appears to be a westerly movement of the contaminant plume, looking like it's going to move across Halava Valley. Is that correct?
The data as mapped certainly indicate that they're, especially monitoring well 12, the one right outside of the Navy property, is essentially our sentinel well now, and it has shown the effects that you are saying, indeed.
Okay.
But just reemphasizes the need for sentinel wells beyond that between you and the between us and the Board of Water Supply wells and the other community wells.
Yeah, so thank you. And I just, for everybody's information and those that are watching, we just put out to bid drilling of a sentinel monitor well outside of Navy property in Halava Valley to contribute toward this effort. And we've also, like I mentioned before, put out an ad for consultation with Native Hawaiian organizations for the drilling of replacement wells to replace the 3 wells that have been shut down. So I would advocate that the Navy, in its moving forward to drill these wells, especially in Halava Valley, which has, I understand, significant cultural importance to a Kanaka Maoli community, that the Navy consider complying with the requirements for Native Hawaiian organizations. Captain Myers, would the Navy be willing to do that?
Absolutely. The Navy is very willing to do whatever is needed to ensure we can install these sentinel wells, whether that's consulting with other parties, whether that's Native Hawaiian organizations, landowners, and whatever's needed to quickly install these wells as soon as possible.
That's great to hear. So if we could have a copy of the legal ad that's required in the consultation process for our Halava shaft site, we'd be glad to work with you to expedite you drilling the well on our property. But please provide the evidence, which is the legal ad that and letters that you send out to consult with Native Hawaiian organizations per the list on the Department of Interior's website. Thank you. Keith, I'm done. Thank you. Keith, I think you're muted.
Yeah, I don't see him.
I'm sorry. The hazards of working from home with the leaf blower next door. Thank you very much. We'll move now to the next person who has their hand up, who is Ashley. And Melanie, did you also have your hand up for a second round?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and I see Captain Meyer, who is actually on the Ftac, is also requesting 5 minutes. So that will probably round us out pretty close to the end. So let's go ahead. Ashley, your 5 minutes begins now. Thank you.
Okay, I want to aim this next question at the Phoenix Grange, the DOH. The standard for EAL for TPHD, it seems to be 400 parts per billion. Is that the DOH standard? And if so, why is that? Why is there such a huge discrepancy between that and the BWS standard, which is 100 parts per billion? Yeah, that's my question.
Thank you for the question. So the 400 parts per billion number was developed by one of our state toxicologists. And it is based, we have a number of reports describing how we came to that particular number. We did come up with a site-specific number for the drinking water portion, given the unusual nature of that exposure. So that there was a site-specific number for drinking water clearance of 213, I believe, parts per billion. And that was due to the fact that folks were actually, had been the presence of free product, and people have different sensitivities to odor and taste. So this was an additional protective measure to ensure people going back into their houses did not experience those side effects. So this is the first time we've had a fresh fuel release into a drinking water source. And so that's why that number was calculated.
Okay. And this, my next question is directed at the Navy. You know, when will the Navy commence environmental remediation, and what will that entail? I heard Captain Gordy Meyer was talking about soil vapor extraction. What exactly is that, and are there other methods to clean up this mess, basically?
Yes, thanks. And so I would say we've already started those remediation efforts, as we talked about some of the recovery efforts within the Red Hill well itself. Our planned efforts to remove some soil that appears to have some contaminants in it. And then I did talk about potential way forward is some soil vapor extraction and basically some enhanced aeration within the soil to expedite the degradation of the fuel to help with that process and accelerate it. Again, we are looking at that. We don't have an exact time frame to institute that and how effective that would be and the right methods to do that. But as Department of Health and EPA mentioned, we are willing and will be participants to the action plan to develop those right plans and processes going forward.
Okay, thank you. And aimed once again at Captain Gordy Meyer and Navy in general. Will the Navy make available to the public and Board of Water Supply information on the following? And I made a little list here. A, the integrity of the Red Hill facility. B, how the contamination plume, well, we saw the, the contamination plume spread in different months. How the contamination plume in our aquifer will affect our community in the months and years ahead. C, investigative reports covering the 2021 spills. D, the status of the over 350 pipeline repairs within the Red Hill facility. E, the presence of PFAs or forever chemicals in the Red Hill facility. And F, all monitoring well and water testing data. Will that all be made available to the public and Board of Water Supply?
Thanks, good question. And so we do plan to share all of that information with the regulators, all the items you discussed there. In some cases where there are individual names when it comes to investigations or some specific defense critical infrastructure, some of that will be redacted as it goes to potential public release as we share that with the regulators. But yes, there's no intent to hide or sequester any information that would be useful for the regulators.
Who, and that brings me to my other question, who are the regulators? Like, who will oversee the corrective actions? In Lloyd J. Austin's statement, it says, as soon as we have made corrective actions to ensure that defueling is safe, we will begin defueling. And I was wondering who will oversee these corrective actions and who will deem the facility safe? And
okay, you're at the end of your time, so I'll allow whoever is responding to that to respond, but then we'll have to move on.
Okay.
So in accordance with our emergency order, the Department of Health fully intends to be along with EPA, intends to be the regulators to oversee the safe defueling and closure of the tanks.
Yeah, and you're to be trusted. You're okay. Okay.
Okay, so Ashley, we're gonna move along. I'm just gonna take people in the order that they had their hands raised. So I see Captain Meyer, you had yours raised. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to readdress a question and an answer to make sure that we are aligned and better understand. I heard Ernie Lau discuss a question about, are we seeing the plume moving westward? And I believe Phoenix from DOH, you'd mentioned that you said you believe that that is occurring. I just want to make sure that I heard that correctly and we are all understanding of the data and information behind that analysis. And so Phoenix, over to you to help if you could just help explain the data analysis behind that assessment.
Yes, so this is using existing data over the full time periods, so broken down into time periods to have enough data points. And essentially that is a pretty standard kriging process. It involves some statistics, et cetera. There are question marks on the maps where we don't have adequate data, but those are essentially heat maps based on the data that came from the samples that you guys collected. We'll be happy to, and we actually presented this material to the Navy technical team on May 3rd during our data assessment meeting. And we're happy to talk about it further and use it as a tool going forward. But absolutely, we're happy to share methodology, et cetera, with you.
Great, thank you, because I want to make sure that we are aligned in that analysis. I wasn't sure, at least from some of our perspectives, we had that same definitive analysis, but we look forward to those further discussions.
Absolutely.
Okay, does that wrap it up, Captain Meyer, for you?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
So now, Dr. Lau, back to you again. Let me restart your 5 minutes. Please go.
Okay. So Captain Meyer, your answer to Phoenix, I mean, I guess I thought you had the same data points. I mean, I thought your data was, the Navy supplied the data to Phoenix for her to make those heat maps. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. The data that was used, I'm assuming, was the Navy's data. I think we just want to ensure that we are in agreement on the analysis of that data.
So if you provided her that, the Navy provided her that data, what did you guys do with the data? Did you guys not do your own heat map analysis?
We have done some of our own analysis, yes, and our initial analysis are that we do not have enough data to make a determination that the plume is particularly moving westward. We don't have enough to say that it isn't, but we don't have enough data to say it is. And so that's why we're very interested in additional monitoring wells. And again, working collaboratively together to make sure we get an agreement on those analysis.
Okay, well, data is data. So that's very interesting. Interpretation, I guess, is not. I had another question. Secretary Austin said that you need to give him a plan by May 31st. And I think you said Navy was going to meet that deadline. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then so how soon again after May 31st will the rest of the world know what the plan is?
Again, as soon as the Secretary agrees to that plan and approves it, then it will be shared at the Secretary's discretion on when and how long he will take to do that.
So has he already agreed to the January plan that was sitting on his desk?
Sorry, referring to the January plan?
Well, the report that was actually given to Paparo, which I assume went up the chain of command to Secretary Austin. So did he already approved that plan? So why can't we see that?
So that wasn't necessarily
a report, not a plan report.
Yeah, so that was not necessarily a plan. It was a report and investigation that is again still under analysis and review.
By Secretary Austin?
Within the Department of the Navy.
Okay. You mentioned that in the Red Hill shaft, they have been sopping it all up and they got about 150 gallons of fuel. Is that correct? But there was 10,000 gallons that was spilled. So where is the rest of it? Where did the rest of it go?
And so as has been reported, roughly 14,000 gallons was recovered from the tunnel directly. And so there is still some amount of fuel within the environment in that area. And they just outlined, yes, since May 28th, I'm sorry, not May, November 28th, we have recovered directly from the well, roughly 150 gallons. And again, most of that was done early on in the December timeframe.
It is my understanding from my chemist friends is that the fuel doesn't just sit on the top of the water, it gets distributed throughout. So how do we know that the rest of the aquifer is getting cleaned, filtered? And do you have plans for a water purification plant? Because it sounds like that's what we're going to need.
So first, multiple questions there. Yes, we do have plans for a water treatment plant. We effectively do have a water treatment facility right now. It's a temporary facility. It does not meet all safe drinking water standards to consume, but we do have that in place. When it comes to the distribution of fuel within water, again, most of that does sit on the surface. Are there some constituents that may combine into lower levels of the water? It is possible, but we are not seeing that in the immediate monitoring wells that we have. But again, that further analysis and review with additional monitoring wells will provide that further data we need.
Okay, I'm rather pessimistic, and I'm thinking that the entire aquifer is going to be affected by these fuel releases, not necessarily the recent ones, but ever since it was built. And therefore, a huge water purification plant is going to be needed for all of Oahu. How is the Navy going to support this?
So the Navy has plans and is looking at development of a water treatment facility, and will do what is needed to ensure, in cooperation with the regulators, that the water is safe.
Okay, so we've reached the end of those 5 minutes. We have about 10 minutes left. Can I please have a show of hand of any other Ftac members who still want to ask questions? I see Ernie Lau has his hand up. Anybody else? Dr. Lau also, okay. Okay, so let me give each 5 minutes. As long as I'm assured that nobody else wants to ask a question, I just want to fairly balance the time. Okay, Ernie, why don't you go ahead and start?
Thanks, Keith. Just one question, and sorry to the members of the public for taking so long and asking these questions, but we are incurring a lot of cost here to respond to the Red Hill situation. And, given the potential migration of the fuel contaminants westward, we're also proceeding to look for new wells should we never be able to turn on the 3 wells safely again. Those costs, can the regulators, Department of Health and EPA, as part of the requirements, your role as regulators, require the Navy to reimburse the Board of Water Supply all the costs related to responding to this crisis? And right now, we've just submitted last week, Friday, to Senator Schatz's office, a request for an earmark appropriation of about $195 million to drill replacement wells should we not be able to turn on Halava Shaft, Halava wells, or IA wells safely again. Can these costs, can you require the Navy, the owner and the creator of the situation, to be responsible to repay the Board of Water Supply and its water customers? That's my question to the Department of Health and EPA.
Okay.
Ernie, that's a great question. It is a legal question. It is an interpretation of our laws to determine whether we can ask for your reimbursement of costs. I will ask our attorney, our deputy AG, to do that analysis.
Yeah, this is Nicole Mutu from EPA. I have to concur with Kathy. That is a legal question. That's something that we'll have to follow up with our legal counsel on.
Could you put something in writing back to the Board of Water Supply on that, so that it's not an unanswered question hanging out there, so we understand fully where we stand on this and trying to recover our cost, at least through the regulatory authority.
To the AG's office.
Yes.
Thank you.
Ernie, do you have any follow-up questions?
No. Dr. Lau, go ahead.
Okay.
Thanks, Ernie. Thank you. Thanks, Ernie. As I said, thanks everybody for your patience with us. I kind of want to add on to Ernie's one in that I assume we're going to probably end up with a water purification plant for the entire island eventually. So again, can we make sure that Navy or DOD also covers the cost of that? Which again is a legal question, but can we ask that also of the regulators to ask their legal people of that?
Yes.
Great, thanks. I do have another question though, for Captain Meyer. If war were to break out today and we needed to supply our ships with fuel, and they've always talked about Pearl Harbor, the Red Hill being the last gas station, can we actually fuel our ships today
Yes, we can fuel our ships today. We do have above ground storage tanks that can provide the short-term operational requirement that is needed. And so that short answer is yes. A longer protracted conflict may require additional resources. And that's where we'd have to look at how we supply that fuel from a variety of sources, not only just from Red Hill.
So is fuel movement out of Red Hill a total no-go right now?
We are not moving any fuel. We have no plans to move fuel until it's safe to do so. And
when will that be safe to do so?
Again, we want to do that as quickly as possible. We want to move that fuel just as much as, well, I can't say just as much as everyone else, but we do, Department of Defense wants to move that fuel quickly, but we want to do it safe and expeditiously. Again, going back to questions earlier, how long will that take? Again, I don't want to measure it in several years. I don't think it will be measured in several years, but again, that we'll have a better answer to that by the end of the month after we do our further analysis and put together that plan of action.
Thank you.
Melanie, do you have any other follow-up questions at this point?
No, I think I'm done. Thank you.
Okay. So we have just about less than 5 minutes remaining. Does anybody else on Ftac have one last question that they want to raise? If so, please raise your hand. Okay, I'm not seeing any. So thank you for, we're very much on time. What I'd like to do now is let's all take a 10-minute break and let's reconvene at 11:25 when we'll begin the public Q&A. Okay, everyone, I think we're about ready to resume. Okay, welcome back. And now we're going to go into the audience question and answer period. And so I want to go over a couple of things. Some of them I covered at the beginning of the meeting. First, to let you know, we have many people who are attending this meeting, who have requested time to speak, and also who have been asking questions during the chat. What we want to try to do is make sure everybody gets a chance to ask the questions they have and be fair in the distribution of time. So we're going to be very strict about holding everybody to a 2-minute maximum. But you don't need to take all those 2 minutes. I think all of the speakers today were very conscious of trying to keep on time, and I would really appreciate if the public did the same. We will be doing this in a sort of a toggling way, if you will. We have people who have requested time to speak, but I want to advise them now that if they did, I want them still to raise their digital hand as an attendee, because we're going to be calling on them in the order they appear in the queue, okay? In addition to calling on those people and giving them up to 2 minutes, there are attendees in the state auditorium, the Capitol Auditorium, who also, some of them may request time to speak. We will be going over to that auditorium feed every once in a while to get a few of them. In addition, there have been many chatted questions, and we've compiled the list of those. I want to alert you that if you have requested time to speak and do so, that if you also chatted questions, that we're going to give priority to the questions from others who did not speak. It's really the only fair way to do this, to try to distribute it so everybody gets a chance. Finally, I want to just emphasize a few things. If you could please be as direct in your questions as possible in a civilized way, that's the best way to get clear answers. And the second thing is, if you've heard a question asked already, please don't feel the need to ask it again. It's unlikely you'll get a different response. So it's best to concentrate on new questions. We'll also be looking for those in the chat to the degree that we have not heard those questions asked before. Okay, so I am going to go over to the beginning of the queue. And just a reminder, Vicky Aki, who is on the tech team running this, will be keeping time for the 2 minutes and let all of us know when it's close to your 2 minutes being wrapped up. So we'd appreciate you to wrap up so we can move through as many as possible. Okay, let's start first with Diane Iwoka. And Diane, when you're prompted to unmute yourself, please do so that we can hear you. So Diane, if you're online, you need to unmute yourself because you can do so now. Okay, Diane, I don't know if you're having audio difficulties, but we will come back to you to make sure that you have another chance. I think just in the interest of time, let me move down the queue to Colonel Ann Wright. And if we could give permission to Colonel Wright.
From the auditorium here, this is Tu Perry. Actually, Diane was here in person. And
My apologies.
No. She said that she signed up, but she's not going to speak today. But we have one. We have Davey here.
Okay, David, go ahead, and then we'll get to Colonel Wright.
Aloha mai kako. My name is Davey Ann Momilani Thomas. I am born and raised from Oahu. We are a Navy retired family of 4. For 6 years, we lived at Pearl City Peninsula Navy housing. Yes, our health has been impacted and still at risk. As a dedicated Hawaii voter since 1994, I feel that much of this catastrophe could have been prevented by our Hawaii officials. May I suggest to each one of you to uphold stiff boundaries upon the responsible parties, because for 79 years, their trust has been broken. Mahalo piha.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's move on to our next, who is standing in line, Colonel Lynn Wright. Colonel Wright, I see you're unmuted. Are you there? Okay, so just in the interest of time, we'll come back to Colonel Wright in case there are audio difficulties. Let me go now to Keone DeFranco, who's got the hand up. Keone, we'll give you permission to talk now and unmute, and please proceed.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, thank you.
Okay, and this is a statement. The US Navy is actively participating in a massive cover-up of the true extent of the contamination at Red Hill Fuel Facility. The truth is, every day petroleum is leaking directly into our aquifer. Halava Shaft, the main water source for Honolulu, has been taken offline forever, directly as a result of your negligence. We, the Kanaka and the Kama'aina of Oahu, are being asked to reduce our water usage by 10%. Instead, we ask you, the Navy, to remove 10% of your troops immediately. This was your mistake. You were not invited here, and you need to fix it. We are now entering a multi-year water shortage, and there's simply not enough water for both of us. Military families who recently moved back into Red Hill housing after being promised their water was safe to drink again are now experiencing the same symptoms of petroleum poisoning that occurred last Thanksgiving, when the Navy said nothing following a 14,000 gallon spill until hundreds of people ended up in the hospital. In the end, 93,000 homes were poisoned and more than 2,000 people became sick. How large was your April 30th spill? 30 gallons? Are you sure about that? Shame on you. The Navy's proud legacy in Hawaii goes back to 1893, when Marines from the USS Boston directly participated in the illegal overthrow of the sovereign Hawaiian government, just like you do all over the world. We are not afraid of you, and the closure of Red Hill will not be the end of our fight. Take your boot off our throat, and we will flourish as a people. The truth is, the greatest threat to the people of Hawaii is the US military itself. Stop poisoning our people and our water supply. Defuel, decommission, and deoccupy Hawaii.
Okay, I think that's the time. So thank you, Keone. We appreciate that. I want to go back to Colonel Wright, who was in line before, and make sure she is, I think she's unmuted, but we couldn't hear you before. Colonel Wright?
It looks like she's unmuted.
Yeah, I can see she's unmuted. It's just that we don't get any audio. All right, we will continue to try to work that out for you, Colonel Wright. In the meantime, I want to move to the next in line, and that is Melody Aduha. Melody, you're open to talk now whenever you get unmuted.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, can I use video or no video? I'm not sure how to do that. Okay, anyway, I'll go ahead. First question, I have 5. First question is regarding RIMPAC. They're due on June 17th through August 13th. On May 20th, FTAC, and October 28th, FTAC, I've asked Captain Meyer about this, and I didn't get any information as to how much fuel is provided through Red Hill for RIMPAC. Because it's now suspended, I suspect nothing for this year. Okay, second question regarding the NPDES permit, December 17, 2021. You've indicated that you're testing for TPHO. According to the permit, you're supposed to test for TPHG, TPHD, benzene, toluene, xylene, ethyl benzene, lead, organic lead, pH. That has to be done on a weekly basis. I went to the compliance submittals and I did not find any records. And accordingly, failure to comply is a termination of this permit. Third thing.
Melody, if you could limit the questions because it's a 2-minute slot, and I apologize, but if you could just try to we can get responses to the first two, if that's okay.
Oh dear, all three are good. The rest are good. Can I just go through the questions and see which ones could be answered?
Let's get responses to your first few at least. I'm conscious of the fact that many people have questions.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
We're almost at the 2 minutes.
Let's just get quick responses if we could. Captain Meyer, I think you're being asked.
For RIMPAC, yes, there are no plans to use the fuel from Red Hill to support RIMPAC. RIMPAC will be supported by the above ground fuel tanks on Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam. Second question was on NPDES information on the sampling. Again, we have shared all the data we've received from that water sampling and shared with the regulators.
Okay. What I'd like to do now is toggle over to the Capitol Auditorium. I see somebody is ready to ask a question there. If you could just tell us what your name is and launch into it.
Hello, my name is Lacey Quintero. We're a military family. I'm also a Navy veteran, and I'm going to try my best to not cry when getting through this because I feel completely betrayed. We moved here November 6, 2021. We stayed at the Navy Lodge, Ford Island. That was the first day I smelled fuel in my children's bath. And that's the first day we began to be sick. We have been sick since moving here. Why was that not on your timeline? That's a question directed to Captain Meyer. Second.
Do you want to take that question? And then if we have more time, you can ask your second, but we do have to move along.
Sure, I'm happy to take that question. And first, thanks for speaking here today, and thanks for your service. I'm sorry that your family is sick. We had no indications that there is contamination on November 6th. I'm sorry to hear that your family is sick. As we've outlined in our previous discussions, the actions we've done to ensure that we now do have safe drinking water, continue to have safe drinking water as regulated by the Department of Health and DPA.
Okay. If it's a quick one, then please, but otherwise we'll have to move along. Thank you.
It is quick, and you don't even have to answer it. It might be rhetorical because I think we all know the answer. To the Department of Health, everyone, and to the Navy, all of you. Have you ever heard of the saying, garbage in, garbage out? That is your testing. When the testing says non-detect and we see sheens on our water daily and we suffer the health problems daily and they continue to be ignored, you're doing the wrong test. Try harder, do better.
Okay, thank you. So let's move along. Thank you very much. To our next person in the queue. And again, we will be toggling back and forth between the auditorium and make sure we get folks heard. I want to try to give Colonel Ann Wright again another chance. I know there was an issue with the audio. So let's make sure she's unmuted and then please go ahead. Colonel Wright, I'm not sure if there's something going on with your microphone, but we show you're unmuted. We just can't hear you. So I think in the interest of time, we'll move ahead. If you want to put a question in the chat, if you haven't already, we'll try to get to you there. I'm very sorry, I don't know what is going on with the ability, because I know the others have been able to be heard. Let's move along now to the next person that I see in line in the queue, who is Meredith Wilson.
Yes, hi, thank you. And I did share my registration link. So there's a lot of Meredith Wilsons out there in the chat. So thank you for, for doubling up, but thank you for having me. My spouse is active duty military and we lived in Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam housing for 5 years. I became incredibly unwell and my life has been completely altered since October. My all-consuming symptoms of debilitating dizziness, migraines, vision issues, and anxiety removed my ability to drive, work, and independently perform simple daily tasks. I was forced to make the tough decision to leave my family on the island and seek better medical care here on the mainland. The 93,000 Navy water users and the island of Oahu is demanding to be made aware of the constituents of JP5 jet fuel and all additives that came through our taps and into our bodies. Just saying JP5 is not cutting it with our medical providers. It's like showing up to a poison control center saying, help, I've been poisoned. And they ask, with what and for how long? And then we say, I don't know. The Navy says that their first investigation completed in January was insufficient. But what I find most insufficient is their lack of response to our concerns about long-term health risks and no need for biomonitoring. My question for Navy leadership is, will you provide the full carbon range breakdown of whatever we drank, showered in, inhaled, gave to our pets and children, whether it be JP5 and its additives or any other contaminants? And when can we expect that so we can finally be properly treated?
Yes, this is Captain Meyer. And so when it comes to what was in the water, again, we've shared all of the data that we have from the water sampling that has been completed. That is on the Safe Harbors, Joint Base Pearl Harbor Safe Waters website. And so that's the data we have, and that's what we have available to share. We're not trying to hide anything additional beside that. So that information is out there and available.
Okay, so thank you. Just a quick reminder to everybody, even if you requested when you registered that you wanted to speak, please still indicate with your digital hand. It makes it much easier for the tech team to be able to call upon you, get you ready, rather than trying to sort through several different things. Okay, I'm going to go take one more from the Zoom list and then switch back over to the auditorium. So I see Mandy Feint is in line. Mandy, could you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Amanda Feint. I'm an active duty Army officer. More importantly, I'm the mother of 2 small children, ages 1 and 4, the wife of Patrick Feint, the daughter of Joey and Pat Maven. I want you to know each of their names because they are all civilian. They are all American citizens who were poisoned by the military, my own employer, via an American asset on American soil. President Biden proclaims that every child in America should be able to turn on their faucet and know they are drinking clean water. I would not be speaking to you here today if that were the case, and if this was not a direct result of complete negligence of public health and safety by the U.S. Navy. I have 2 questions, but first I'd like to briefly describe, until you cut me off, why I became an advocate for this. We heard today that the DOH issued a health advisory on 29 November 2021. Despite that advisory, every single service member was notified the same day by the Joint Base Pearl Harbor Hickam base commander that our water was safe. In fact, I wasn't notified until 9 December that the water in our home on historic Ford Island was not safe. I found out via a hand-delivered note taped to my door. I immediately took action. Not only did we live on Ford Island, but my children attended the Ford Island CDC, where they had been washing their hands with contaminated water, drinking from the water fountains, drinking from plastic cups, and sleeping on blankets that had been washed with contaminated water, not to mention eating food and chewing on teething toys that had also been washed by contaminated water. The Navy sent out an email notifying parents that all CDCs were being provided clean water since 29 November. Speaking for the Ford Island CDC alone, this was a complete lie. Ford Island is the largest CDC on this side of the island, hosting approximately 250 children under the age of 5 and all of their staff. Port Island CDC was not provided clean water until 10 December, and not because of the Navy. It's because I, a service member who has another job, went to the Army and fought for clean water for my children and the 250 other children in that CDC.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mandy. We have a lot of people who want to speak, so.
My children ended up in Tripler a few days after demanding clean water. Burns all over their body from the bath, terrible cough, uncontrollable vomiting and diarrhea.
Mandy, I'm sorry. We're trying to make everybody try to abide by the 2 minute. You have every opportunity to put more comments in writing and submit them for the record. But in the interest of time, trying to get to as many people as possible, we respectfully wish that you would be able to yield at this point. I'd like to go back to the Capitol Auditorium. And before we speak to, can you give me an indication of approximately how many people there want to speak? We want to try to balance this better.
I think we have about 12 to 15.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, please.
This is a statement. Good morning, and thank you all for the opportunity to provide oral testimony. My name is Rebecca Garrison, and I'm a member of the Oahu Water Protectors, the Shutdown Red Hill Coalition, and like all of you, I am a water drinker. Today, I'm here to ask Rear Admiral Tim Cott, from one white settler to another, why are you still here? I'll tell you, sir, why I am still here. I am here to stand in solidarity with the Kanaka Oiwi community. I am here because I have the ability to respond. In this responsibility, I see your whiteness, your foreignness, your undeniable howliness, and I wish not to follow or mimic your steps. Shame on you, Tim Cott, for being part of the problem and not part of the solution. Today, I stand with Kanaka Oiwi. Today, I'm here to ask Captain Gordy Meyer, from one white settler to another, why are you still here? I'll tell you, sir, why I am still here. I'm here to show my support for the affected families, the employees your federal agency poisoned, lied about poisoning, and continue to put in harm's way. Like many of the families, babies, and pets you poisoned, I too come from a military family. And like the majority of these poisoned families, I will never trust you, Gordy Meyer, or the military ever again. I stand in solidarity with the affected families. No, I do not stand with you and your white performance. I stand with Kapukaki. I stand with affected families. I stand for global demilitarization. And perhaps most importantly, I stand for the transformation of white settler values, because these values are hurting us all. Thank you.
Okay, and I can appreciate the passion behind many statements. Again, I would like to ask all of you to please remain civil in your remarks. There are ways to make strong statements and yet still be respectful. Believe me, it's true. We all know that. Let's take one more from the auditorium, and then we'll go back to the Zoom queue. Okay, please introduce yourself.
Thanks, Keith.
Aloha, my name is Seren Weber. Please wait until I'm done to respond to the questions. You may email me at webersn@hawaii.edu. I am a student at UH studying bioremediation and the founder of Sustained Elam Corporation, a biocultural remediation and sustainable energy products corporation. First off, under emergency regulations and laws regarding the threat to public resources and health, the end of the month plan for action for safe defueling is unacceptable, with the implication of not taking years to resolve. The priority is to remove the fuel immediately. Additionally, the EPA and DOH do have legal authority to permit funds to the Board of Water Supply. I would like to know if you have a location that you are able to safely move the fuel to immediately within the state or on the mainland now. Is there a reason at zone I-1 nearest the tanks has no report for total carbons in parts per billion or either 1 or 2 methyl naphthalene? You stated other fuels are there. Have there ever been rocket fuel stored in the tanks or other compounds? Have perchlorates ever been tested or other chloride-related fuel contaminants? Can you confirm you are wasting the aquifer water resource by dumping it into the hardened stream bed of the lava stream with poisonous water? How often do you intend to change the treatment material? What are you not including, or why are you not including phase 2 of the installation and operation of the treatment as phase 1 instead? How confident are you that the treatment will be sufficient in phase 1 if you need phase 2? And do you And do you intend to dump into the Halava stream if it is not 100% efficient? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was quite a few questions. If any of the panelists wants to reply, they can. Otherwise, as you said, you'll be submitting that as public testimony, I assume. Okay, so let's move along to the next person in the queue, and that is Heilani Sinodapale. So let's have her ready to speak.
Aloha, can you hear me?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, I don't know how to put my video on, so I'm just going to speak.
Oh, that's okay. It's not enabled in the webinar. Yeah. It's only live camera at the auditorium.
I'll be super short because I really think that you should hear from the victims. I just want to say a few things. That the fact that that Red Hill is still there, that those tanks are still dangling 100 feet above the aquifers, is inexcusable, unacceptable. And the U.S. Navy has committed crimes against humanity, against the residents of Oahu. They need to be held accountable. Unless they are held accountable, unless they are held to the same standard that every one of us here are held to, there will be no change. And all this playing around and this dog and pony show that's happening with what's happening and the timelines that keep changing, it's hard for any of us here to believe that what you're telling us is the truth. And the Navy's water should be cut off, and they should have to pay the bill that we are now paying for, and they should be held accountable for their crimes against the residents of Oahu and against humanity. It's inexcusable, and it's been going on since 2014, and still nothing's been done. That something needs to be done. Those tanks need to be shut down yesterday. They needed to be shut down yesterday. Mahalo.
Okay, thank you. There was unfortunately some static on your audio feed, so but I think we got the gist. Let's go to two more people in the queue on Zoom, and then we'll come back to the Capitol. Okay, so Susan Gorman Chang, you're up.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so this is a statement and then a question. So if the Navy were trying to take over an island, this would be how they would do it. You poison part of the water, you bankrupt the residents who must deal with the aftermath and the effects and being dragged through court, and then you stall until the final solution of poisoning the entire aquifer. So here's what I see. You evacuate 1 million people, and then you get Oahu is one big giant fuel storage island with golf courses for Navy officers. So my question to the Navy is, what are your plans if you do poison the entire aquifer? What are your plans?
So this is Captain Meyer. So we have no plans to poison the aquifer. We have no intent, desire. We are very concerned about what happened in the release of the fuel. We do not plan to poison the entire island. I apologize for any fuel that may have gotten into the aquifer. So we have no plans to do that. So we continue to work at Red Hill and the surrounding area to ensure that we can clean and remediate that area to ensure good, clean drinking water for the island of Oahu.
Okay, thank you. Now we'll take one more from the Zoom queue before going back to the Capitol. Gina Hara, you're up. And you'll have to unmute yourself. There you are. Yes, we can.
Hi, I'm from Halava Valley. I have been going to this meeting, and every single meeting since 2014, I would like to say something that may sound offensive, but I'm trying to be respectful by trying to be truthful. I feel that the 2021 leaks is because of this type of meeting. We knew in 2014 what happened. And we keep going to these meetings that are ineffective because nothing has been disclosed. Every time I go to a meeting, I want to hear blow by blow. What do we know and what don't we know? That's the only way to solve a problem. And yet they keep getting hidden and we keep, I don't know how to say this, we're roadblocked at every meeting. We're given timelines, no timelines. I mean, just like today, tomorrow, if you wake up and there's a big spill, I'm going to say it's the fault of the Department of Health working in conjunction with the Navy, and also the Navy's fault, as well as the EPA's fault, with a system called the AOC, which makes you think that you're getting something done, but in fact, it's a conflict of interest on behalf of the people of Hawaii. We need an agent who is protecting us. This is the first time I heard the Department of Health say that they're going to protect the water. Up until now, it's been that they will regulate the Navy. Or it'll be, they say, is it legal or not? This is a reactive way. This is unprecedented, what has happened and what is happening. The more we look into this as the public, there's 1,000 leaks from the military. I mean, there's a 5 million gallon crude oil in Pearl Harbor. You know, this is just the tip of the iceberg. If we don't change the system that we're addressing it.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jeannie, thank you, your time's up. Let's switch now to the Capitol Auditorium and our next speaker.
Have a good day.
My name is Jamie Williams, and I am a Coast Guard spouse, a resident of Red Hill, and perhaps most importantly, a water drinker. Due to the Navy's negligence, I have lost 2 beloved dogs, my health, my home, many of my belongings, and thousands of dollars. In February, with my husband deployed, short notice home flushes, living a life without running water, and multiple unannounced visits from military officials forced me to leave law school. Now, my future is in question. But this is not about just me. Speak with any family on the Navy's waterline, and you will hear similar horrors of financial strain, crushing stress, and perhaps most heartbreaking, illnesses among children. Speaking of, do you see these photos? They were provided to me by community members with permission to share. These children developed rashes and other symptoms after contact with water you deemed safe. Our standard of living has become so twisted that 3 weeks ago, when I noticed an oily sheen in my own water, I thought nothing of it. It was only after seeing a recent market increase in traffic to a Facebook water crisis support page where I am an admin that alarms about my family's own recently recurring symptoms were raised. There has been complaint after complaint in the last 3 weeks from families suddenly experiencing visible contamination and odor in their water. All of these photos are from the last 3 weeks. As well as a resurgence in physical symptoms after contact with the water, such as nausea, vomiting, headache, rashes, skin sores, and fatigue. All, I will note, are symptoms consistent with exposure to jet fuel. A recent informal poll on Facebook has over 150 responses from families reporting problems with their water, spanning every military neighborhood and Iroquois Point. The Navy has a long-standing, strained relationship with the truth. When will the Navy acknowledge that there seems to be yet another problem with our water? When will the Navy take accountability for the disaster they have caused, not only for our families on Navy water lines, but for all of Oahu? We don't deserve this. Hawaii doesn't deserve this, and children sure as hell don't deserve this.
Okay, thank you. The time's up on that. Now I'm going to take a few questions from the queue. I'm sorry, not from the queue, from the chat, because there are some people who did not sign up to speak, but were offering questions during the chat. And in the spirit of trying to get more information out, I'm going to focus on the questions that may not have been addressed. So will any of the panelists speak up First of all, will the groundwater contamination maps be available for public use and download, the ones that were shown by Department of Health during their part of the presentation?
Yes, they will. The slides will be posted immediately, today.
Okay, good. So that was asked by several people. Let's see. Another question was, what was the volume of fuel released on November 20th? How quickly was it released, and what were its characteristics?
Yes, this is Captain Meyer, so I'll address that. What was released on 20 November was determined to be JP5 fuel. The exact amount of fuel released is still with the command investigation, with the Pacific Fleet Command investigation and the Vice Chief of Naval Operation investigation. That, as I mentioned, should be coming out within countable weeks. Again, not months or years, but that will include that information in that report.
Okay. And then another question, and I believe this is probably to DOH and EPA. How can the public participate in the development of the action plan? I'm assuming they're referring to the Remediation and Restoration Action Plan.
Yeah, this is Gabriella speaking, and I appreciate that question. Thinking about the best way to do that. So more to come.
I'm sorry, in the middle of your response, I think it got cut off. If you could just repeat the response. I'm not hearing any audio from the room.
We were having some connection issues. I hope we're back now.
You are.
The intent was to share this action plan and this committee process early. And so we don't have all the answers right now, but it is something we're certainly thinking about, is how to best include public input into the process. So more to come.
Okay. And then there's another question, and I believe this will be Captain Myers. Has the Navy even reached out to Queen Emma Land Company, who owns much of Halava?
Short answer is yes, we have, and we look forward to working with them to get approval to drill wells in that area.
Okay, good. All right, let's go back to the queue. Let's see, I see Andrea Lewis is next in line. If you could go ahead and allow Andrea to start speaking. And then we'll come back to the Capitol.
Hi, can you hear me? Good afternoon. Hi, I'm Andrea Lewis. I live on Joint Base Pearl Harbor, Hickam. And I won't go too deep into our family's experience with this recent spill in November and the catastrophe that occurred from that. Our family went through a lot, and we were one of the families that was forced, the Navy forced their way, basically coerced their way into our home when our son had a COVID exposure and our neighbors were positive, COVID positive. So that experience in itself was horrifying. It took me days to actually come down from the stress and my blood pressure was just at an all-time high. So I just wanted to throw that out there because everybody was discussing their experience. We all have had a horrifying experience with illness, finances and everything. But I'm going to ask, my question is kind of to piggyback on Meredith's question regarding constituents and additives that were tested. So I guess my question is more directed towards Captain Myers. Was there any precise testing that was done or further testing that is available to the public on particularly for the running of Red Hill facility, chemical components involved in the running of the bulk facility, such as ethyl carbamate or urethane? I know this is an organic compound as well, but it was used back in the 60s and the 80s, and this is documented in Navy Civil Engineer magazines that they used it for epoxy coating, and there was sandblasting involved. So are there other chemical compounds that weren't provided to us in this recent testing that are fuel related, but maybe additives or things that were used in the running of the facility. And I would like to know if the components for ethyl carbamate were tested and provided to the public. Thank you.
Okay, so Captain Meyer, if you want to respond, and then we'll move on.
Oh, yeah, yes, thank you. And so we've provided a complete breakdown of all fuel products at Red Hill, which that would conclude that complete constituents that make up those products. As far as unique products that were listed there, I'm not aware of those specific products within the Red Hill area. I will have to follow up to make sure we have that done correctly as well. And so when we talk about some sandblasting byproducts, but any type of sandblasting we do is done within the environmental requirements of the area. And so I'm not aware of any specific unique constituents that were listed there, but we can follow up to make sure that we have all of that and share that if we find anything that is unique outside of the typical fuel products at Red Hill.
Okay, let's go back to the auditorium too, if you could have our next speaker.
Hi, my name is Mikey, and I'm a member of Oahu Water Protectors. And here's my question for the Department of Health. Which side are you on? For years, your agency has shown time and time again that you put the interests of the Navy over the community, the land, and the water you claim to protect. Just last December, you threw up shakas in a photo op with Navy officials after announcing your joint cleanup agreement just months after they poisoned thousands of people. In the Red Hill Remediation and Restoration Action Plan presentation you just shared, you stated that you're going to involve key water protection agencies to come up with an effective plan and included the US Navy in that list of water protectors. Just a few months ago, you did the Navy's dirty work by declaring the water in all communities safe to drink. And in your presentation today, insisted that the fuel contamination levels have returned to pre-2021 conditions. But what you neglect to mention is that in order to accommodate the Navy's contamination of our drinking water, you raised the environmental action level for TPHD from 160 parts per billion to 400, even though 160 parts per billion is already enough to see, taste, and smell fuel in our water. In short, you let the fox guard the hen house. You let the fox guard the hen house for years. And now you're entrusting a fox detective to investigate who stole all the eggs and killed all the chickens. You should know by now that the Navy can't be trusted to be a partner in this process. Just last week, I filmed a family member calling one of those rapid response team hotlines that the liar Captain Meyer told them to call when their contaminated water was making her children sick. And you know what the person on the other line told them? That the water on Ford Island was fine and always had been. To all the Department of Health officials in this meeting right now, you have a decision to make. Are you going to finally be on the side of your community, your ohana, the aina that feeds you, and the vai that gives you life, or are you going to continue to be on the side of the people who poisoned us? For all of our sakes, you need to make that decision soon and do what you are actually hired to do. Prioritize the health of the people over the interests of the US military-industrial complex. You can do this by ordering not just deadlines for the submission of plans, but deadlines for implementation. Deadlines for concrete actions to defuel and decommission Red Hill with steep penalties for non-compliance. To put it simply, do your job. Because if you can't do your job, and if you can't get the Navy to shut down Red Hill now,
thank you.
Down everything else.
You've already exceeded your time. Okay, so I would ask that everybody try to stay within their 2 minutes. And again, try to make your comments. You can make a strong statement. Just please try to be as civil as possible. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm going to go back to the chat list and pull a few other questions out. I'm getting some bad static in the background. Is that due to the auditorium? Good, thank you. Here's a question. Given the patterned flow and adjoining land use, are there plans to utilize additional existing monitoring wells on private property so that the question mark areas can be sampled to understand movement towards the public water supply wells? So I believe this goes back to the maps that Phoenix Range was showing earlier, where they were trying to delineate the potential area of contamination and get better information on that. So I'll pitch it back to Phoenix for that question.
Thanks very much for that question. So the regulatory agencies are very focused on installing additional wells to reduce uncertainty. Those question marks that were on the map were generally on the Navy property, and we are considering additional wells there, but also further afield, so towards the Halava shaft and otherwise, working again closely with the water providers to identify where those early warning wells can go in.
Okay, good. Now for the people who had wanted to speak who are on the Zoom session, not in the Capitol, I'm not seeing any more raised hands other than Colonel Wright, who had some audio problems before. So Colonel Wright, we're going to try to get you going again. If we fail to have you audible, we'll just have to ask you if you could chat your question in. So Colonel Wright. Okay, again, I'm sorry, I don't know what is happening with that because everybody else we've enabled to speak has been audible. Colonel Wright, I just ask you to chat your question and we'll try to get to it. Let's see, I'm going to call now on Francis Nakamoto, who is the next line in the Zoom queue. Francis, we'll get you unmuted here in a second. Francis Nakamoto, can we? We can't hear you. You're unmuted, but we can't hear you. Okay, I'm afraid this is another one of the issues with trying to line people up to speak. I'm not sure what's happening on that end. I'm going to have to move down the queue to Tiffany Overbaugh, and we'll get you unmuted and ready to speak. Tiffany?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, thank you.
I'm just going to be short and quick with this. I actually wrote it in the chat comment too, but we have been pretty much sick. We arrived on the island in November, and on and off our symptoms have gotten worse and worse. I am asking both the DOH and the Navy, are you guys on record stating that there has not been a leak in the last 3 weeks? Because not only myself, my children, and many, many other people, military families, civilians, everyone has gotten sick in the last 3 weeks. So I want to know, you are stating that there has not been a leak or a plume of any kind in the last 3 weeks. I'm done.
Okay.
This is Captain Meyer. And so, yes, the Navy has not had any fuel leaks in the past 3 weeks. If we've not seen water quality issues in the sampling we've done, if people have water quality issues, please bring those to our attention so we can address those and respond to those. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going down the list.
I'm just curious because when I have in the past had the same issues where I call, one, I either get gaslighted, I don't get a return phone call back, or they test it and say it's fine, and I can still see the sheen on it. So where is that sheen coming from? What is that a result of then, if it's not petroleum?
I can't say in your particular case where that sheen is coming from. I can talk to the team to see what sheen is being seen. But again, as our tests have indicated, we have no indication of contamination. But again, I'll take a look at that.
I just wanted to clarify on behalf of the Department of Health, we have not been notified of any releases recently. That's one thing. The second thing is, as you know, the Red Hill shaft is disconnected. So I think there was a slide that showed that there was a gap. It's been disconnected. Red Hill shaft is not, your water is not coming from the Red Hill shaft. And so if you are continuing to get sheens, you should notify the Navy.
Okay. I'm going to take one more question from the chat, which has not been asked yet, and then we'll go back to live questions. How has the amount of water used for flushing, and I assume that's flushing the system, Red Hill Shaft, and maybe the water supply system, how has the amount of water used for flushing affected the current water supply? And is there a plan to use this method on an ongoing way?
So this is Captain Meyer. I'll initially address that. And so the flushing was, as far as the potable water distribution system, was a one-time operation to flush the system. And there's no current flushing of the distribution system now, unless we see an issue of concern, which we have not to date. The other item of flushing, what we are doing, has been discussed, is the pumping from the Red Hill well, which we are the filtering and then putting into the lava stream. And that is continuing and will continue into the foreseeable future until we have the data and information needed to show that we can safely stop that effort or put in a permanent water treatment facility.
Okay, okay. And I'm going to try to ask the question that Colonel Wright had asked in her chat, because that's the only way I think we have to get that from you, since the audio doesn't seem to be working for you. When does the public get to see the report? I'm assuming this is the report that was talked about earlier, the investigation. I think this has been addressed, but if you could just clarify, Captain Meyer.
Yes, and so as we discussed, as I discussed, I don't think it's going to be months or years before this investigation and report is complete. I think it will can be measured in weeks. And Department of Navy, when that complete review is done, will be shared with the regulators, and at some point a redacted version will be shared as well. That can be more largely published.
Okay.
The other report addressed was the discussion of the third-party assessment, the SGH assessment. And again, that has been shared with the regulators as of yesterday and today. And we are working on a redacted version of that in the very near future, so that can also then be publicly shared.
Okay. Let's shift back over to the auditorium too. If you could ask our next speaker to start.
My name is Anna. I'm the Red Hill organizer for the Sierra Club and a member of Water Protectors, and I'm a water drinker.
Could you speak a little louder, Anna? It's hard to hear you.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
A little bit more, but maybe you might want to get closer to the mic.
Today, I learned that the Navy is not committed to any deadlines to actually defueling and shutting down the facility. Importantly, I also learned that the Navy officials have zero sense of urgency, and the only thing you're committed to is the deflection of truth and gaslighting. We've heard cooperation, working together, quickly as possible, etc. so many times. But as you all hide behind your screens and in your offices, and as we, the community, gather here to stand in solidarity with affected communities and protect our water and Kapukaki, all I see is betrayal, avoidance, and negligence. Please remember that every single day you drag your feet and avoid actual action taking, you continue to be complicit in the poisoning of thousands of peoples in our aquifer and complicit in the threat of ravaging this entire island and all your children and generations to come. As my friend Gina just said, you all knew since 2014 and likely way before that this was going to happen, and you did nothing. I echo the community members' demands. The Navy has proven that it does not want to take care of and be quote unquote good stewards, as they say, of this Aina, Vai, and people. Hence, the Navy must halt all trainings, activities, and use of water for war making. No more training to kill and desecrate. Cancel RIMPAC. Return land back to Kanaka Maoli. Clean up and shut down Red Hill permanently, and do it now, not in 1 year and not in 2 years. Show us your plans and timeline today. I will wrap up with a question to Captain Meyer. In the Navy's own tank upgrade and analysis report from 2019, the Navy says that upgraded procedures will allow operators to defuel a tank in 36 hours. Why is the Pentagon saying that defueling could take over a year?
So when it comes to the defueling effort, we want to ensure it's done safely, and so does the Department of Health. And that's why we had the third-party assessment to ensure that we do any upgrades that are needed to ensure it is done in a safe manner. We plan to repair and do any efforts that are needed to correct any deficiencies as quickly as possible, so we can defuel as quickly as possible.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let's move along to our next person in the queue on the Zoom. And that
to the answer, I just have a quick follow-up question.
Please, if it's quick.
So was your report false and inaccurate in 2019?
We are able to drain a tank relatively quickly. However, we want to make sure it's done safely and it's done in the appropriate manner, and where that fuel goes to, whether that is further on island at Par Refinery or onto ships, there is still some capacity limitations, but a tank can be drained rather quickly with certain conditions in place.
Starting the timer now.
Okay, thank you. Let's move down into the queue on Zoom. I'm going for people who have not spoken yet. And we had Francis Nakamoto try before. I believe there was some problem with his audio, but let's try one more time. Francis, we can see that you're connected, but you still seem to be muted. You have to personally unmute yourself now.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, fine, thank you.
Great, okay. My question goes to Captain Meyer. Captain, you know, the credibility and integrity of the US Navy is very important, especially in a state like Hawaii. It's one of the largest employers in the state. But my question is, will the investigations that are being conducted now, will they cover the numerous statements which are inaccurate by Navy spokesmen, the misinformation, and in some cases, disinformation that was shared to the public? For instance, I recall in the last meeting, one of the spokesmen said that the tanks would be totally safe until 2045. And of course, we know that wasn't true. So my question is, will the Navy take honesty and integrity and credibility important and investigate the numerous statements made by the spokesman for the Navy? Thank you.
Thank you. To answer your question, the investigation that PAC Fleet has commissioned is a comprehensive investigation that will look at multiple aspects as well. And I agree, the integrity of the US Navy is very important. Public trust is very important. And obviously there are many here that feel that has eroded, and I'm sorry to hear that. We have thousands of hard, dedicating workers on the installation every day, trying to do the right thing and doing what's best for the island in Oahu. And you'll have my commitment to continue to try to do that as best as possible with the information we have and what we know. And there are many great hardworking individuals that are trying to do that same.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back to the Capitol Auditorium before going back in the Zoom.
Well, thank goodness. Okay, yes. My name is Jun Shen. Well, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm of course a water drinker, but I'm also speaking today as a worker. I want to use my time to specifically talk to my fellow workers, those who make the everyday functions of the Department of Health possible. Right now, working people are struggling for the right to even exist in Hawaii with how hard it is to meet our basic needs. I'm sure you are also going through that same struggle right now. With a water shortage, we're going through being asked to sacrifice even more through no fault of our own. I'm here today to ask you to demand and get concrete step-by-step information on when Red Hill will completely shut down, how 100+ million gallons of fuel will be taken out without being shipped off to hurt another community, and how exactly the Navy will be held materially responsible for the crisis that they inflicted on us. Many of you are members of a union. Growing up, I was told that unions exist to fight for all workers. I'm asking you today to do just that. Frankly, you're in a difficult position, facing off against one of the most powerful institutions in the world. But I wanted to tell you today that you are not alone. Together with affected communities and people around here today who have been working on this issue for a long time, as well as the protections that a union gives you to participate in collective activity, we can stand firmly together and make sure that we get the restitution that we deserve. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to reach back into the queue, not the queue, excuse me, the chat, and I'm pulling questions that have been asked by people who have not spoken. and are, I think, unique relative to other questions. The question is, why does the plume seem to be declining, or why is the plume appear to be declining? Is it because the contamination has been collected, or because it is diluting into the aquifer? So I think we're referring back to those depictions on the maps that Department of Health offered.
Hi, this is Phoenix Grange from the Department of Health. Thank you for the question. That's still a question that we need to answer. We can only see what we can see with the existing well network. It does appear, looking at those concentrations, that at the moment, those concentrations seem to be lower in the area that we can see. But that's the whole reason to put in additional sentinel wells and continue multiple lines of investigation.
Okay, and this is another treatment related question. How much TPHD is being collected by the GAC system, or the granulated activated charcoal system that's being used to filter from the Red Hill shaft?
From what we are seeing, very negligible amounts. As I talked, we test both the influent and effluent. So basically what comes into the GACs directly from the well, and what gets filtered after the GAC system, and then what's put into the stream. What we put in the stream clearly has no TPH detections, and it is good, clean water. What is coming into the GAC systems, which would determine how frequently you'd have to change the medium, we are seeing non-detects as well in the total petroleum hydrocarbon ranges as well in the most recent analysis, indicating that the water that is being pumped through those systems is pretty good water, and the need to change that medium will take many months before we need to change it, based on what we're seeing on the influent currently.
Okay, thank you. So before we go back into the queue, and I'm sorry, please continue. Yeah.
Let me just finish the Department of Health's position on this and our side of the story again, Matt Carano. That's a really good question. The idea of this TPH as just being an oversimplification, that's just like a broad measurement of the type of fuel contamination into the ground. What we're concerned about, and one of the questions that came up earlier is that as it goes through the ground and over time, fuel itself can break down. So the GACs, or the treatment, is to remove any of those small carbon or fuel related type degraded products. So it stands to a lot of reason that as it goes and migrates to the ground, the product itself is breaking down. And we want to make sure, out of an abundance of caution, that any water we extract of there is water that doesn't, one, get untreated before releasing into the environment again, the stream, but also that any of those degraded products that might be present in the aquifer because of the fuel that was spilled, the episodic nature of this fuel that was spilled, is contained as well and not allowed to continue to migrate. We agree that based on what we see going into the GACs, that the treatment is effective. We also believe that the amounts are not huge slugs, and that the carbon, it's like a glorified fish filter in many respects, that carbon is still good, and we have a redundant system to make sure we're not waiting for it to be bad before we change it. That is the whole design and purpose of that system. So just to be clear, it's always things in nature are more complicated than we can just easily distill. I wish we had just one number and we could compare that one number. But as we all know, when we put something into the environment, it changes and it morphs. And we want to make sure that we treat it out. So I just want to be clear. It's not as simple as just TPHD and in and out. And yes, the numbers look that way, but we're analyzing it at a much deeper level to make sure that we're abundantly cautious that water coming out of the GACs to the stream are clean, and that we're doing the best we can with the data we have to make sure that plume is not going to contaminate the rest of the aquifer.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to actually reach into one more from the chat because it is a unique question. How is the contaminant fate and transport model going? This is different than the groundwater model.
Hello, this is Phoenix again from the Department of Health. So the agencies think that both EPA and DOH, I believe, think that this is very important. And essentially what's needed for that is a good understanding of the area above the water table. So between the ground surface and the water table is where fuels get hung up. And so we have been providing direction to the Navy to be working on the conceptual site model and the actual, so that they can more accurately represent that area. We have to understand more about how that geology is to be able to predict how fuels will move in that area. And it's the fuels moving through that area because they're mobilized by other contamination or by heavy rainfall events, et cetera. It's that contamination making it down to the groundwater that causes the risk.
Okay. Thank you. So before we go back and we'll start at the Capitol Auditorium, just one thing. If you have already spoken and you put your hand up a second time, we're really deferring to the people who have not spoken yet, especially for those in the Zoom queue who have indicated they'd like to say something more. We want to give everybody an equal chance to the degree possible. So, and the second thing is we're at 12:30 now. I would like us to try to wrap up by 1 o'clock. It's been a long day for everybody. So I respectfully ask you if you could keep your comments focused and brief. There is ample opportunity to enter any other comments you want in the public record by the email link sent. Let's switch back over to the Capitol Auditorium then. Please introduce yourself.
Hello there, I'm a military spouse and I have a statement and then a question. The military always says to us that we matter and we are their ohana. They ask us to look to leadership as an example. Nav del Toro had a conversation with a major in the army. This major was asking for pure and clean water for her children and having a discussion around that. Nav del Toro allegedly said, "Major, nothing in life is pure." My question is this: how can we military families trust in leadership when the leader at the very top has such an attitude like this? Medical care for our families and people who have left for the mainland is incredibly better than what we have here. Why do we not have the same medical care here? Finally, Ernie Lau said on a Vice News video that the Navy were not being forthcoming in giving all of the departments the information that they need. If indeed, circling back around to my original point, the military always says to us that we matter as we are their ohana, why is it so difficult for any department in this meeting to get information from the Navy, as per Ernie Lau's comment on Vice News video? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Unless there's a question to address there, we can move on to the next speaker.
Hello.
Okay. Why don't we continue with the Capitol, since it looks like somebody's there right now. Go ahead.
O wau no o pua ena he kanaka oiwi au he aloha aina au he ili ula au e ho'olohe kākou. I would certainly hope that the committee membership list is tentative and not finalized, because otherwise I would seriously ask why Sierra Club and Oahu Water Protectors are not being included in these talks. Clearly, neither the Navy nor the state truly represent the community at large, let alone the Navy's own families, and certainly do not represent the Aina. I'm sure that the Imperial War Machine and its Comprador class and the state government and congressional delegation scoff at the sentience and rights of nature. So I will ask, who will be added to this committee to represent the Aina? Who will represent Kane? Who will represent the Kanaka? Obviously not you. Since well before this disaster, this debacle became common public knowledge, it's been the community and the Kanaka who have had to force the issue and were largely ignored until, much like the fuel itself, knowledge of this matter could not be contained. And until the community and the Kanaka are included at the decision-making level in a tangible and substantial way in the remediation planning and execution process, then it is difficult to foresee a scenario in which the future remediation discussions can be seen as anything more than empty performative gesturing by the Navy in particular and complicit parties within the state government and congressional delegation. And of course, I do not include BWS or Ernie in that description. Due consideration and regard must be given to the Navy's history in Hawaii, all the way back to General John Schofield's reconnaissance mission at Pu'uloa in 1873, a full 20 years prior to the overthrow of the Hawaiian Kingdom government in 1893. This is in addition to the pervasive and dominating presence and power dynamic between the military-industrial complex and the state government, and it's easy to get lost in data and to forget about the broader historical context and the human cost of the U.S. presence. So I ask, How do we truly grasp at this problem at the root? Demilitarize, decolonize, deoccupies, peace. And I don't need a response. Don't talk to me. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to pull another question from the chat. And that is, will the University of Hawaii samples be turned over to the Navy, or will they go directly to the public? I'm not quite sure what that was referring to, but it seemed like something that may be important to address.
I believe what's being referred to is ecological monitoring that is being done at Halava Stream. And so yes, in partnership with the University of Hawaii, that will be shared, and obviously we'll share with the regulators and be full and open with that.
Okay, very good then. I am seeing in the Zoom chat several raised hands by people who have already spoke and may have possibly duplicated their registration. So it's really impossible for me to tell who's not spoken. So I'm going to go ahead and ask for one more from the Capitol Auditorium, and then we'll look again on the Zoom to see if there's anybody who hasn't spoken, clearly is identified as somebody who hasn't yet. Two, is there anybody left?
Yes. Yes. Wait, sorry.
My name is Kaylee. I'm the Oahu chapter coordinator for Surfrider Foundation. It seems as though more and more confusing and contradicting informations come up regarding Kapukaki or Red Hill. Despite the frustration building within me, I spread my knowledge of this misjustice into the community, my community, the young adults of Hawaii. And they are confused. We're all confused. You have known there is a problem, and more leaks are coming. What will you do? How have you done nothing? The grand irony is that you were put on this island to protect my people, and you're poisoning them. You're burning their skin and losing their faith of any security and protections that you claimed to provide. You were put here to respond to any threats on my people. You hear us crying out for your help. You promised these people safety. Here's your opportunity to follow through on that promise. There needs to be complete transparency and involvement for all matters involving people and their own water. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to go back to the Zoom chat, and I want to call on Kyle Kajihiro if he's still there. Kyle?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. So I just want to have a short comment that's, I'm frustrated and horrified that we're sleepwalking through the same patterns that led to the disaster, the delays and the inaction. And I want to ask the regulators to please set firm deadlines for the defueling and consequences for the Navy. And I have a short question also, which addresses the problem of the cover-up and secrecy which contributed to this problem. When will the full reports of the command investigations be released to the public? And two, there was a report in the Civil Beat yesterday about a 2019 investigation that revealed all sorts of problems. When will that report be made public, as well as the documents that were supposed to have been released pursuant to the permit application? I'd like the Navy to address that, please. Thank you.
Yes, regarding the command investigation, the Pacific Fleet Command investigation, which has now includes Vice Chief of Naval Operations Supplemental. Again, I expect it will be measured in weeks when that will be released and available. And then to address the comment about the most recent Civil Beat article regarding the internal command management investigation. Again, that is a routine investigation or inspection that is done on each Naval Supply Systems command every 3 years or so. And again, there were some findings that were addressed within that an internal command investigation. All that information will be used to ensure the safe defueling of Red Hill as we move forward.
When will you release that report?
Again, I don't have a specific information on that individual report. I will have to get back with the Naval Supply Systems Command on any potential release of that investigation or inspection.
Okay. A reminder to anybody who wants to ask questions on the Zoom, please raise your digital hand. It's easier to find you and get you ready to speak. I did notice deep in the chat there was Patty Choi who wanted to speak, and I asked her to please raise her digital hand because then you pop up to the top of the queue and we can get you set up. Let's move back to the Capitol Auditorium in the meantime and take our next speaker there.
Pete Doctor, right? Well, Pete Doctor here. 2 minutes is hardly enough to scratch the surface of unanswered questions. So I'm just going to narrow my concerns from a perspective military veteran who grew up in a seasoned military family with values such as Semper Fi, esprit de corps, and so forth. And myself as an Army medic had rules and standards to follow. So how is it the Navy's been able to operate without respect to standards of integrity and law for so long? How is the Navy still at the negotiating table when it has completely discredited itself with its track record of deception and competence? Why is the DoD fighting FOIA requests? Why was Captain Horniak reassigned, not praised after noting deficiencies? Why have whistleblowers been compelled to reveal what the Navy has been withholding? Why hasn't, there's so many questions here. Such questions point to the answers of systemic, not departmental incompetence and or corruption. At minimum, the Navy has not been forthcoming in its conduct unbecoming. I've also served as a school teacher. If I did half the stuff the Navy has, I would have been fired or if not criminalized. So any entity that fails to acknowledge something as basic as water as a matter of security has discredited itself as a keeper of security and instead itself a source of regional instability. My Ohana has lived in fear since the 2014 leaks. When my daughter was an infant, and we just been worried about developmental issues that have only been confirmed after years of foot dragging. Why is the issue here that the DOE is the biggest public health and safety threat to our community? Not North Korea or other actors, but the systemic enabling of the poisoning of a resource that makes life possible here. The linchpin of military justification, national security, is revealed to be empty rhetoric when it itself is guilty of undermining democracy and governments and threatening the lives and livelihoods of the very people it claims to defend. It is more than the lives of people in Oahu are grave stake here, but the foundation of the Constitution.
Okay, sir, I think that your time is up. And in respect to the other speakers who want to speak, let's all just try to stay on the time. We have only about 15 minutes left. I think we should bring this to a close at 1 o'clock. There's been ample time to speak. So I will ask everybody who remains who want to speak in respect to your other colleagues who want to speak also to try to be brief. You don't have to use 2 minutes to make the points. I do want to take one other question, and because it's a technical question that has not been asked from the chat earlier, and that is what studies are being conducted to assess health impacts from the acute and likely chronic exposures of affected residents?
The Department of Health has asked CDC to come in and assist us in that evaluation. As you know, CDC came in earlier and asked for and assisted in a questionnaire and did an evaluation. We understand that they will be coming back sometime this summer to follow up and is working in conjunction with the Department of Health.
Okay, and I'm going to reach into one more technical question since we have you there. What does detection mean in terms of parts per billion? What methods are being used to detect or measure TPH?
This is Captain Myron, so I will address that from a couple means. We do have some limited on-island capability to use called a site lab portable analyzer to look at total petroleum hydrocarbons. That provides us a screening tool. However, the specific data and information that we use is based on third-party independent labs based in the mainland that use specialized techniques to look specifically at total petroleum hydrocarbons, the constituents of fuel contamination, including what's known as the BTEX range of contaminants, and a host of other, nearly 80 other constituents to ensure safe drinking water. So that is done in mainland, third-party Department of Health certified laboratories.
Okay, good. Let's go back to the Capitol Auditorium. We'll take our next speaker there. And again, please try to be brief so that others can speak before 1 o'clock.
Hello, my kako. Hello, no Kawila, Kikaihuna Lepo Ka'aina, and part of Hoyoloha Aino Honolulu, an anti-imperialist, anti-colonial organization that enforces love of the land, who is 125 years old. Ahead of Hila Oko, we are tired of appealing to the morality of a state and military who continues to subjugate and degrade our land and our people. The American military's purported yearning for national security is a fallacy. I have 2 questions for you, Captain Myers. Question 1, how can you have national security when you stole land, forcefully evicted people, created a never-ending cycle of houselessness, and continue, I repeat, continue to endanger your own people, ensuring you inject fuel into our homelands and our drinking water, endangering all people in Hawaii? Second question, are we American or not? Are we part of this purported national security plan? Or are you willing to admit that Americans are the terrorists in Hawaii, Guam, Okinawa, and the many indigenous nations in Turtle Island? We refuse the continued objectification and subjugation of your empire. I'm not American. I will die as Hawaiian and live on forever as Kanaka Oiwi. What is best for Kanaka is best for all people in Hawaii, whether you agree with the lexicon of occupation or not. You have more broken promises than broken treaties. We say lava, enough already. People around the world occupied by American forces are eating stones, while the American military, insatiable hunger for body sustains imperialism and exceptionalism by which they continue to rape and kill people and the land. Just because it isn't a spectacle doesn't mean people aren't dying. We still remember the American general who shot the sole bullet in Iolani Pass and killed guardsmen on January 16th, the day before the overthrow. We still remember that the American Navy shot at 13-year-olds in the Wilcox Rebellion of 1895. We still remember the forced evictions in Makua and Waimanalo by the US Army that continue to ensure houselessness for Kanaka Maoli. We remember the way that we got to reestablish our relationship with Kaho'olawe when we defeated the Navy on island and in your court system. We also remember—
I'm sorry, sir. Your 2 minutes is complete, and so we have to go to the next speaker. Thank you.
The only civil you will ever get from us is civil unrest until you're gone.
Let's go back into the Zoom queue and let's have Larissa Greendahl please speak.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you so much for taking my question. This is in the most respect as I can be, as I'm a military spouse, and I am so proud of my husband. But at the beginning of this Zoom meeting, you said that your main goal was to keep us safe, us as all of the Native Hawaiian community, all of the military, all of the locals, everybody. We are humans, and you told us to keep us safe. You also told me to call and report, but when I did call and report, nobody showed up for water flushing. I was told that nothing was wrong. I was told I was dismissed. So my main question for you, as I get emotional because I see my children severely sick right now with rashes, my eyes are swollen shut. How are you going to help me and my family since I've done my part on the reporting and asking for flushing, other than just a free pamphlet telling us to report? That's my question. In the most respect, we just want help. Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Larissa. I'll address that. Thank you for your comments and bringing that up. I'm sorry to hear you did not have a good experience calling for that rapid response and ensuring that we address your issues. So, Larissa, I've taken down your name, and we'll circle back to ensure that we address your concerns.
Okay. Before we move along, a couple of things. I'll take one. I'm going to be taking a couple of questions from the. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you have a follow-up? We're almost out of your time.
Dismissed me. Said they'll take my name down. Hello. Sorry, I missed that. My family was speaking to me. Can you repeat that back to me? I'm so sorry.
We're near the end of our time. We have to move on to the speakers. If you have just one other thing to say, then we'll just have to continue with others.
Oh, thank you so much for connecting back to me there.
But really
I guess
quick.
It's just really frustrating for us on our end when we get told you're going to take down our name and tell us that you're going to call us back, but then we get told no one else is calling and it's not an issue. So if you could call me back and get connected to us, that would be perfect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to be wrapping up at 1. I want to get one more, I think, important question from the chat that was asked, this technical question. Have the lab tests been done by EPA certified labs? And I'm assuming the water sample test.
Yeah, this is Captain Meyer. I'm happy to defer to EPA on that, but yes, these have been certified labs where we've done the testing back in the mainland.
Okay, good. Let's go back to the Capitol and be mindful that we only have a few more minutes, so brevity is very much appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, I'll be brief. My name's Tina Grandinetti, and I just want to respond to the repeated requests that we should keep our comments civil. The military poisoned our water. They poisoned children and they lied about it. And then they show up to this meeting to gaslight us and provide precisely 0 answers to the questions that matter for the people of Hawaii. That's not civil, that's straight up violence. We have every right to express our rage because it's the only rational response to what happened. And it's the only hope we have of cutting through the military's complete apathy and to really capture the gravity of the devastation they've caused. So truly, I say this with deep respect for this AINA, for all of those who've been impacted by this crisis, and for every single person in this meeting who's been fighting to protect our aquifer. Fuck civility. This is way too
please, if you could not use profanity, there's always a way to get your points across. Please avoid that. Okay, we're very, very close to the end here. We'll take one more from the auditorium, and then I think we'll switch to the Zoom queue if we have any more who haven't spoken.
Good afternoon, Wayne Tanaka of the Sierra Club of Hawaii. I just have 3 questions for Tim and Gordy. First, what are you doing to fix your testing process? If people are getting sick, if there's an obvious sheen in the water and your tests are non-detect, there's something wrong with your tests. So what are you doing to figure out what's really going on, be it beyond telling people that that your tests aren't showing anything? The second question I have is how many teams you have working around the clock to fix up this facility to safely do what it was designed to do, which is defuel itself. And I just want to be clear that we will be working around the clock to make sure that you are motivated to get us out of harm's way. The third question is, when will Navy leadership actually show its face in person to the public whose water it is threatening? The fact that we have, we're over an hour beyond time. We're almost an hour beyond time.
I'm sorry, we lost your audio feed. I think you accidentally.
Oh, okay. So when is the Navy leadership going to show its face in public and answer these myriad questions that remain unanswered? We can't just have some Vic Flint sent to a neighborhood board reading from a piece of paper. We need direct answers from leadership that can provide them. If you really believe in transparency, if you really want to do right by the people of Hawaii. So I guess those are my 2 questions. We're happy to hear any responses. Thank you.
Okay, Captain Meyer.
Sure, regard to testing. And so again, we have used all certified labs back in the mainland to test that water. If there continues to be sheens, we want to hear those and so we can identify where those issues and concerns are and look for it. Addressing the testing, what needs to be done differently. I guess we'll can work with EPA and DOH, but we're not aware of any other type of test that can be done to identify what is believed to be the concerns there. Regarding teams for defueling, and so as part of an open and transparent process, rather than trying to trust just the Navy and what is needed to be done to defuel safely. We've brought in that third-party independent assessment, and we're reviewing that now, and we'll be working in the coming weeks to finalize what needs to be done and then perform that work as quickly as possible to safely defuel.
Okay, great. Thank you. So let's see, I'm looking at the Zoom chat to see who has not spoken. And I'm going to ask you to be honest, if you have already spoken, to take your hand down, because we do want to get to anybody else who hasn't. So I'll give you a second to sort that out on your own. Let's see. Dee Koanui, have you spoken already? Let's unmute her for a second, see. Dee?
Yes, sorry, I have not spoken.
I'm sorry, my apologies. I must have had a mix-up in what I saw. Go ahead, please.
I have a couple of questions. One being, where is NAVSUP right now? You know, we had wanted to interview Commander Aquavella, ask her what she's doing currently since she's been put in place. We were told that Myers had been relocated or demoted or whatever. We want to know, when are these people going to be held accountable after documents have been uncovered that they had ample proof, documentations by work orders of incompetent upkeep and leaks that were not reported. So being that this is now in the hands of a whistleblower, what is going to happen? And my last question is, what is going to happen? I wanted, if Ernie could please answer, because we're wondering this. What happens if the entire aquifer is contaminated? Either now or in 5 years, what happens to our island? Mahalo.
Okay, so you've asked two questions. I'll quickly, Captain Meyer, and then Ernie, if you're still on the line, if you have an answer to that second one.
Sure, I'll address the first question on NAVSUP, or Fleet Logistics Center, Pearl Harbor. Yes, Admiral Aquavella has taken over for Captain Horniak. She has been fully involved in the defuel efforts and taking corrective actions to ensure Red Hill is safe and the fuel system is operated safely as part of the full review of the third-party assessment to ensure we defuel safely. And so I hope that answers your question. There are several embedded in there. And so that's, and then when it comes to accountability, again, the command inspections from the Pacific Fleet Command and the VCNO may include some of that information. It's supposed to be a comprehensive investigation. Again, I've not seen it. It's still under review. It's done by an independent personnel within the Navy. And so when those come out, we will, it will be reviewed and appropriate action taken.
Okay, and Ernie, the second part of that question, I think, was for you.
Yeah, you know, I just stepped away for a moment. Dee, could you repeat that part of the question? I'd be glad to answer it.
I don't know if she's still.
Aloha again, Ernie.
Aloha,
nice
Dee.
to see you. What happens if the entire aquifer or a large portion of it is no longer accessible? We cannot. Obviously, it's shutting down all these different locations. The pumps is going to affect the island. What happens if a big portion of the aquifer is contaminated?
Yeah, so so the concern is that there's still like and maybe Captain Meyer can clarify. I think there might be 180 million gallons of diesel and jet fuel still there in the facility right over our aquifer. So if there another large leak were to occur, let's say like 1 million gallons or even more, because each tank can hold up to 12.5 million gallons, then there's a potential, I think, that it could spread further in the aquifer and affect more BWS wells. So that would be my concern. So that if more BWS wells have to be shut down, we have to make up that lost supply capacity by drilling more wells. in other locations, and that'll create a real challenge for the Board of Water Supply and the customers we serve. So that's why it's important to get the fuel out of there. Right now we have 3 wells shut down, but if further investigation or further leaks occur, there's a potential that we might have to look at other well shutdowns too. I hope that doesn't happen though. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ernie. So we've been at it for 4 hours. I do see there's one person in the Capitol Auditorium who's already sitting there waiting. So this will be the last live comment we can accommodate today. I apologize if you didn't get your turn, but the email for sending comments and statements will always be there. Too can reiterate the deadlines for that. But why don't we have our last speaker from the auditorium?
There are so many more people waiting behind me. I'm sorry if you had lunch plans or something, but the lack of accountability in the community is truly staggering. I have 2 questions and I'm genuinely interested in a response. My first question is, do you understand contamination of Oahu's freshwater sources as an existential threat to Hawaii? And my second question is, why is it the case that the Sierra Club and the Oahu Water Protectors are working harder to protect me and my community from being literally poisoned than my own state and federal government? Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. If any of the panelists have response, please do so now, and then we'll bring this to a close.
Assure you that the Department of Health is working diligently and hard to achieve a resolution in this matter to protect the aquifer and bring safe drinking water back to the people of Oahu.
Okay, thank you. So I think this brings it to a close. I do appreciate all the time that went into this. There was a lot of prep time by all of the presenters. I really appreciate everybody taking the time to listen to the content and ask your questions and statements, of course, as well. Two, if you're there, could you just reiterate the timelines on receiving the other testimony?
Yeah, thanks, Peter. Okay, so I wanted to reiterate that I will still be collecting comments through the end of the month, and then also that the recordings of this meeting, as well as the presentations, as well as the maps, that type of thing, will be posted on our website, and that our next meeting will be in about 3 months before the end of the year. So if you haven't done so already, go to our website and then you can subscribe for updates, or you can email me. My name is thu.perry, P-E-R-R-Y, @doh.hawaii.gov. And I also chatted in our website in the chat. Okay. So the chat will also be posted as well.
And I just noticed Kaleo from the Ftac committee has raised his hand. So Kaleo, anything you wanted to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to mahalo everyone that participated today and the community members that took the time to be here. And maybe just a suggestion to my fellow Ftac committee members, even you as a facilitator, if we can find ways, because these meetings are so few and far between, to be present and stick it out until everyone has a chance to kind of communicate and share their concerns. I'm willing to spend an entire day to understand the concerns of our community so I can be a better servant to them. So I just ask maybe if something we can consider as we frame, the next Ftac committee meeting for us to be more present. And then similarly, as we look at the action planning as a collective, that we find ways to create space for more participants from the community to be part of that process and not just agency driving that. So that's just my thoughts from one of your fellow Ftac committee members. Mahalo.
Okay, mahalo. Yeah, and that can be obviously as the committee you meet, or when you do meet, that could probably be one of the topics you take up. So I'd like to bring this to a close now. Again, thank you, all of you who participated, and please look for the meeting record archive to be placed on the Department of Health website. Aloha.